subverting anything, in the existing like social order. We are basically saying is if America wants to do this, abroad and they're attacking these people, we have the same ability where we can do the same to America. And it's, as white people,
But
we're screwed over by the United
can
States.
you actually?
Yes.
Okay, but like right now, can you do it, or is it just a potentiality?
Yes.
Okay, then
Yes.
why haven't you?
What?
Then why haven't
I literally
you?
said we're forming the intellectual vanguard.
Okay, but you're clearly not.
With which we are going to foment.
The people. Oh, look, I have friends who I support who are doing that. You're not doing that. The warrior philosophers are doing that. Fucking.
Okay, the warrior philosopher is that. The warrior philosopher is a faggot.
No, he's not. No, he's not. He's my good friend. Don't call. Why are you calling him? You call all of my friends faggots. I fucking hate that dude.
You call us faggots.
Okay.
Oh, because you guys are fucking shitting on me. Yeah. And you guys are LARPing.
Okay, it's the war.
Like, what if you actually could do? I don't understand.
Okay. Bane and Patrick are Zogbots.
Zogbots? What the fuck is a Zogbot? Like, this is just mean.
It's someone who fights a war for Israel.
Do you think Patrick is in favor of Israel?
Yes.
No, he's not.
He
constantly shit. Dude, he was shitting on Giordani over it in the fucking group chat I'm in. Incessantly. It's like, what the fuck's the deal with
Okay, but will he shit on the American flag?
Would he shit on the American flag? He believes, okay, I disagree with him on this, and I have before, but he believes that there's virtue in there becoming a Caesar that reignites and changes the nature of America. And that's really like a valid perspective. I just don't believe it's feasible. But there's no reason to be like, oh, well, why can't we have like a Renaissance reinvigoration of America into New Rome?
Yeah, I don't think that's possible. I think it's
okay. Well, what you're advocating for is like arguably just as unrealistic in like the immediate sense of time. But the difference between you and him is that he's taking active senses to foment like a like meaningful intellectual grounding, and you're not actually doing that. You're just LARPing.
Okay. I don't think there's a solution within the system. I'm not trying to create an American Renaissance. I'm trying to destroy America. Does that clear anything up?
So why are you against BAP?
Bronze Age Pervert is funded by Peter Thiel, who's in.
You're an idiot. No, he's not. He's denied it multiple times, and he's explained why that's not the case. You're just buying into propagandistic lies, dude. Who told? Okay, and where's your fucking evidence, bro?
Okay, because Peter Thiel hangs out with all of Bronze Age Pervert's friends.
Oh, you're my network, my guilt by association. My guilt by association. You're a midwit, dude. Shut up. Not you, MGL. Not you, MGL. The guy who just fucking attacked me.
Okay, so is Curtis Yarvin? Is Curtis Yarvin?
How is that not guilt by association?
Okay, is Curtis Yarvin not a part of?
He's not getting funded by Peter Thiel.
Okay, Peter Thiel has said that Curtis Yarvin is his greatest influence.
That doesn't mean fucking anything.
Right, Curtis Yarvin.
Okay, where is the? Okay, if you have the proof, he's getting funded by Peter Thiel because he has denied it.
Curtis Yarvin's denied this.
Yeah, I believe if my memory serves me correct. But like otherwise, like you have to give me proof. You're just making.
Why would you trust a Jew? Why would you trust a Jew?
Because I am not a retard anti-Semite. That's why.
Okay.
You're Jewish, thereby you're wrong. What a fucking stupid fallacy, dude. Come on.
Okay, Curtis Yarvin is not just
Jewish. Lie against Jews, dude. All these Jews who contradict each other and don't believe in the same thing the other Jew believes. All Jews are bad by default. What a stupid position. You know what Nietzsche thought? Nietzsche thought the Jews had great potential. That if they could overcome their slave morality, that they would be a great force in Europe. That they'd be one of the greatest races in Europe. But I've read my Nietzsche. I'm so you can post because of my will to power.
Jewish people can disagree with each other on everything except for one principle, which is that they will always support themselves before others.
Okay, and wait, that's everyone. That's everyone.
That's not everyone.
That is everyone. Everyone except libtards who want to like destroy themselves and everything. And the whole issue with libtards is that they're odd group preference. But beyond that, yeah, everyone. Are you kidding me? You ask a black person what they think about the blacks versus whites, or you ask like, I mean, you fucking support yourself over other people. You support your family.
Okay, enough of this nonsense. I just want to know if Cecilia's
what
single.
Nonsense? What nonsense? No, go on. You want to keep shit about me? Fucking tell me what I suppose wrong.
She's married to Chad.
You fucking loser, dude.
Wait, I'm Chad.
She's married to me.
No, Cecilia's married to Chad. It's over for you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm married.
No, it's
Are you trans?
No, I'm not trans.
Why do you sound trans?
I'm not
Because
biased.
I have high T levels for a woman. I have PCOS. And
What's
I also
that?
You sound
smoking as like a child.
You sound kind of like this fucking guy I saw working at Starbucks.
It's definitely not me.
Well,
No, I've seen Cecilia like face and everything. Like I know that she is 100% a void.
Yes.
Are you a smoker or something? Why did you
Cecilia,
say something like that?
I'm a
Cecilia,
smoker.
I'm sorry.
That
People
makes sense. Okay.
accuse you of being
started smoking
What do you
friends, and
smoke?
I'm sure that gets annoying.
So
Jesus Christ.
no anymore.
Okay, but
American
Abyssal,
Spirits. Light blue.
Abyssal,
American
American
spirits are
Spirits
elite.
are-
That's respect. I
are-
roll my own
Abyssal.
cigarettes usually.
Abyssal.
I
What
do
about
enjoy doing that,
anti-Semitism
yeah.
is retarded?
Huh?
Did he just
Right.
say something about the Knights
I
of
want Abyssal to
Malta?
explain how anti-Semitism is retarded.
You know Nietzsche.
Or am I hearing things?
No, you're not hearing things. He did say that.
Okay, that's a hell of a lot more important than anything else. I'll tell you that right now. If that's even remotely true. Because fuck the Freemasons and fuck all the rest of it. Knights of Malta are incredibly high on the totem pole. You have to be royalty to be a Knight of Malta. They're towards the top of the pecking order. So if there's any way to verify that, that's important. Like you cannot
didn't catch who
be
he's
a
talking
normal
about.
person and be a Knight of Malta. It's not
I
possible.
didn't catch it. I didn't catch exactly who he was talking about, but yeah. So these guys are claiming Manson family, and then they claim they're Antifa, and then they claim that a bunch of other shit. We'll just do this a little bit longer. I think Pill Eater might have passed out or something. So, but at least this is interesting.
This guy's
I'll
Abyssal.
tell you,
What's your
but-
political?
Everybody screams at the Jews and the Masons, but you might want to talk about power. Yeah.
Position that you're arguing for right now?
Me, my
do you
political
believe in?
position. I'm an aristocratic
He
radical.
just likes
Like, are you
cool art.
talking about
He likes
Nick
cool art and
Fuentes?
buildings.
I'm an
Anti-Semitism?
I hate Fuentes. I'm an aristocratic radicalist. That's what I am.
What does that mean? What does that look like in practice?
Kill yourself, nigga. Kill yourself.
Like, how would you order society?
Kill
if you were in
yourself, nigga. Dude, you're
charge?
speaking Ebonics. Don't fucking tell me to kill myself, you
Yeah,
faggot.
yeah, nigga, kill yourself.
Yeah, and you fucking go in the fucking hood and get
No,
fucking
no, no.
raped
Let
by a
him
bunch of
talk. I
black
want to
men,
hear his
motherfucker.
actual theory
This guy
on
is
how you
fucking
organize
speaking
things.
insulting me in Ebonics. Why don't you just fucking go blackface,
Okay,
dude?
go easy. Okay, go
Yeah.
easy on Abyssal because I actually want this to be like a polite, like white conversation. I'm not.
Yeah,
gonna
I'm just
fucking
like
shit on
curious what this guy believes
Yeah,
and wants the world to look like. You know,
I'm
I'm
an
pretty good at
I'm
that.
an
I
aesthetic.
want.
I'll tell
Abyssal's
you.
motivating belief.
I'll tell you.
Abyssal is like two beliefs, right? He loves cool art and buildings, and then he hates poor people. Those are his only beliefs.
That's funny. That's very funny. Well, I'll explain my beliefs better. I'm an aesthetic vitalist. I believe in the actualization of fantasy. I want there to be a re-excitation and a completion of Gothic and like different architectural movements and so forth of the past. I want to embolden tradition. I'm a post-traditionalist, and insofar as my aesthetic vitalism is concerned, I believe that there needs to be a harsh order of rank and sharp class division so that we can have a clarity of the bounded structures of being, and we can enable and uplift the higher forms of being that people of the lower can pursue as a actualized potential.
It's like
What
me
are you
and
talking about?
Me and Revcom's left his ass listening.
So
to
you know, like
nonsense.
Me
like
listening to
Final
this
Fantasy.
aristocratic dog speaking as if he has authority over me when I'm a free agent.
So okay, free
I'm
agent.
at
buddy,
war,
okay,
by the way,
fucking-
so I believe all the earth has to be in harmony. I believe animals, trees, water, and air, and humans are all in harmony, and we have to obey
Right.
natural order,
right,
universal order.
You're like an anarcho like retard. I got it. You're fucking
We're not
Gaia cult
Universal order
worshipping.
is totalitarian.
I love Gaia.
It's fucking. What do you mean?
I'm a Gaia worshiper. I worship fertility. I worship
Yeah,
like
you worship the
the
longhouse.
natural world.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're
all
So Gaia worshiper. Oh shit! You kept dropping out. Okay, you're back.
Yeah, because I keep losing sound. I don't know what the hell's going on. But yeah, what I was saying is, if this can be verified at all, that any of these people are Knights of Malta, I think you know as much as I do that the Knights of Malta are way above the Masons or any of these other people.
I don't think they were claiming that they were.
I think you said someone was.
Yeah, they're talking about like Bronze Age pervert or Theo or someone like that. like Peter Thiel or something.
Okay.
Pretty
Okay.
sure.
Okay.
But then this guy is saying, I'm a Gaia worshiper. He's like all of nature and humans have to be in harmony, essentially. Is what he's saying.
Right. Yeah. Well, a lot of these people claim that shit, but they're not.
Well, that's what he's
that's
saying,
the
and then
thing.
he's like, kill everybody. So
Right. Yeah. So remain under 500 million or whatever. Yeah, like the Georgia Guidestones, that type of shit. Yeah, but see, these people like they claim to want to be one with nature and all that, but it's really the opposite. They don't see nature as anything like divine or something that needs to be preserved, or as living like I do. They see it as a fucking wastebasket, and you know, basically the only thing they want to save nature for is for themselves. So it's not really like for the sanctity of nature. It's so they can use it and abuse it and do what they will. There's nothing to do with saving nature. So when they talk about saving the planet, it's just so that they can abuse it even further, and because they just hate humanity and they need an excuse for
well, that's
that.
the impression
It
I'm getting.
sounds good. It sounds and looks good.
But it's just
They don't
interesting that
believe
they're
that.
repping Order of Nine Angles openly, and
Right.
because
Well,
I don't think Order of Nine
well,
Angles is a Gaia worshiper, as far as I know, or Process Church for that matter.
no, but they do have a goddess at the top who they call Baphomet, because Baphomet was actually originally female. If you really do the research, uh, yeah. So Baphomet, or sorry, let's just say the Order of Nine Angles is at the top, run by what are known as the Mistresses of Blood. So as I always tell everybody, at the top is the female. So make of that what
Do
you
these
will.
females have penises by chance?
No, they do not. But there is Venetian, symbolism and all of that, from a Luciferian perspective. Because, Venus is Lucifer. Uh, but the Order of Nine Angles really goes back to the like medieval, like Hermetic, uh, and then they have like Greek, Roman, pagan elements, and then they have like a little bit
Would you,
of like a British.
would you say they're
you
almost like Templars in a sense, like almost like a Knights
No, no,
Templar?
no, no, no. Mm-mm. No, they would be anti-Templar, more like Cathar, which people confuse the
Are
two.
you
They're
sure they
actually
wouldn't be like the Brotherhood of? Sorry, the Brotherhood, the Brethren of the Purity or something, or what I'm talking about? You ever heard of these people?
Brethren of the Purity. No, I haven't actually.
Brethren of the Sincere.
Brethren of no.
Let me share it with you. Hold on.
No, I've heard a lot of the fucking groups, man. So that's pretty shocking that I don't know. David Maia was really interested in like Greek philosophy and mythology and all that. Maia was legit. He just used shocking imagery and kind of like Crowley, but he took it to the extreme. The problem is that he wrote shit, that was very extreme, and he didn't really make it completely obvious that it was symbolic, so people could take it as actual literal instructions. But if you really know what he's saying and you pay attention, like he wasn't
Well,
advocating anything.
people said that these people are the ones that influenced the Templars. I put the link in the back, and it's on the screen as well if you want to take a look
The
at it.
Templars were infiltrated by the Asiatic Brethren, what are known as the Asiatic Brethren, and it's actually Islamic. Believe
Right.
it or not.
That's what it is. That's what I'm talking about. The purity. That I'm saying, is that what you're saying they draw from, or
No, 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 no. They're more like a Cathar.
Well, I asked because Maya
branch.
was a Muslim allegedly, right? So
Yes, he became a Muslim.
that's why I'm pointing to this because
You'll
that's why
find
we
you'll find the connection between a lot of sort of so-called satanic groups and Islam, and there's a very good reason for this. And I'll explain it in a minute. I'm getting some food, uh, but I can tell you in short that Islam actually before Muhammad. Okay, so like so essentially Allah okay existed before Islam. All right, in short. Okay. And before that, there were goddesses that actually existed as well. They were considered the daughters of Allah. And the daughters of Allah, okay, as they were called, um, there were these three goddesses, okay, Al Uzza, Al Alat, and fuck, I always forget the last one. Well, anyways, there are three goddesses. Um, and they're primordial. And like I've even talked to Muhammad about this, you know. And Muhammad is not a normal Muslim, even though he says he is, which is weird because I've literally asked him, like, hey, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? And he's told me openly, like, hey, this is how I feel about it. Um, and it's like, yo, this is not like normal Muslim doctrine, you know, which is fine, you know, because we agree on a lot of stuff like even Arabi and all that, like they have elements of like Gnostic um, understanding in the sense of like what the all is, what the origin is, what you know that it's beyond you know identification and all that. So like his interpretation of Allah is actually closer to my interpretation of the all than it is of like the Judeo-Christian matrix in you know that you would normally fine. So like the divinity of nature and all this type of thing. And so like more mystical Islam is closer to paganism than it is to Abrahamic traditions. And so because of that, um, before, like I said, before Islam became codified into law and it became a, well, I mean, basically that's basically it. Same with Judaism. Before it was, you know, about the law, you know, back before when it was like polytheistic essentially, you know, when it was like Asherah and Anat and you know, Baal and supposedly, you know, all these demons or whatever the fuck. The fact of the matter is they were all like sons of and daughters of El, including Yahweh himself, you know. So before that it was a very different tradition that was based in like prophecy, but it was not prophecy in the way that people see it today. It was like sounding the alarm. It was like people would go into altered states of consciousness and experience things and like report back essentially. So with with Islam, one because of its like open war on uh you know like Zionism and proto Zionism, and because of its like uh almost pantheistic natural elements, uh, this is why satanic you know groups would latch onto it along with National Socialism because National Socialism uh, before it you know got polluted and taken over by Zionists and Jesuits and all that. Um, you know it's called National Socialism because it's actually has to do with nature. Like that's what it was. It's not socialism in the normal sense. Uh, the I'm gonna call them the Führer just to piss everybody off. The Führer actually despised socialism and communism. Um, and it was really all about resonance with nature and natural law. That was the whole point of it. Um, and so this is the thing. So like real like Luciferian and and satanic philosophy is aligned with nature. And so like I can show you like multiple different uh, uh, perspectives of Satanism, like Alistair Knock, Reverend Kane, pick your poison, you know, who openly speak against like animal sacrifice and all this type of shit because it's considered lower. You're sacrificing something lower, and real sacrifice is of the self because the whole thing is about controlling your desires and urges and mastering the mind. You know, that's what magic is. So if you're letting your desires take over you, that's actually a satanic sin. You see what I'm saying? So, like stupidity, for instance, is considered a satanic sin. There are such a thing. Self-deception is a satanic sin. Envy is a satanic sin. Hypocrisy is a satanic sin. And I'm not making this up. This is for real. Okay. So, um, when you say like, were they influenced by no, the Templars stole from the Cathars, and the Cathars were essentially Luciferian, really, before there was Luciferianism, because all this shit comes from Gnosticism, as I keep saying, different degrees and different variations. Even the Kabbalah comes from Gnosticism, as I keep saying. It's like, oh, no, it's all Judaic. No, it's not. Okay. Really, the Kabbalah goes back to the Assyrian tree of life and all this, because like the tree of life has existed in every pagan tradition on earth, particularly the Druids. They worship fucking trees, not literally, but like their entire alphabet is based in trees symbolism. I have a master volume on that. It's like 1,300 pages if you want to see that another day. Um, but yeah, the whole idea of the tree of life and the snake and the serpent and the woman and all that. It goes back to Egypt. It goes back to Babylon. It goes back to, into remote antiquity. It's nothing new. In Assyria they had the ladder of lights. The Sephiroth are simply the planetary spheres. So this is a very ancient idea. We have the tree of Yggdrasil. And Gaginu Gap is the abyss. What later became the Qlipoth, which is what I work with, and it's considered the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, or whatever. Um, and it predates the actual Sephiroth. And then they turned to evil and they said, "Oh, the demons are there." It was like, no, 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 the demons aren't there. The gods of old are there. The pagan gods are there, and they demonized it because it's not, Judaic. And so they're just like, oh, the aborted worlds of, before. That's basically the mythology is the worlds that God created before this one that were out of control. Essentially, it's like there was past civilizations and all, I don't know if you know about all that, but it's actually kind of wild. Um, the, what they believe like existed before Adam and and all this. There were these imperfect worlds, and that's why like in Genesis it talks about the world without form and void. It's really like it became a waste and a desolation, tohu vavohu, and it's like the gap theory and all that, because there were these other worlds that existed prior to Adam, and essentially they got out of control, and so they were destroyed. And so the Qlipoth are like the remnants of those other worlds. And it talks about the kings of Edom, and Edom is connected to these other worlds. And so, like, if you look at like Bjerknes, and it's not just Bjerknes, because Bjerknes is quoting all these other scholars and shit. Um, and I'm bringing this up because the Templars were 100% Kabbalists. That's that's where their whole philosophy came from. They got all these Kabbalistic texts uh, from from the East and all that. But the Asiatic Brethren influenced them in the temple of like Cairo and the Cairo Lodge and the Temple of Wisdom and Understanding and all that. You know, um, which ultimately goes back to Persia, really. Um, you know, the Illuminati, what we call the Illuminati, started in the East. You know, everybody blames the Europe and the white people, but the fact of the matter is it started in the East, like in every way. Just like religion started in the East. You know, Christianity, as we see it today, started in Syria, which is perfect. Judaism too started in second Temple Judaism, at least. I mean, before that, that's a different story. But like, it started in Syria, man. Like the first churches were in Syria. That's like not even debatable. And so, like, that's Paul was in Tarsus, which is in Syria, Turkey, like that whole area. All roads lead back to there. You know, and Johnny has pretty much shown this conclusively, whether people want to, accept that or not. Like, he's given a lot of evidence for it. He's not just pulling it from the sky. He's given a lot of, uh, citations for that. So I always see people screaming about what he says, but never actually going to the works that he cites and debating those. It's kind of funny. I mean, not you, but I mean, most people are just like, "Oh, he's wrong." It's like, well, okay. Have you looked at the citations? Like, well, which part is wrong? It's just like we was kings, man. It's like, yeah, we was Sabians. That's what we was. It's just like Jesus. Is like the most misunderstood human being on earth, and I personally think that he was a magician and a shaman and a healer and all that, and I have no problem with him whatsoever. But I think that religion that was created by Rome and the Flavian Piso dynasty is a fucking curse upon the world. This is exactly what Jesus wanted to free people from. And they created this Judeo-Christian uh, smorgasbord that never existed, that Jesus actually spoke out against. And that's what Marcion and all these early Christians said, that Yahweh is the fucking devil. Like, oh, Satan, Satan. It's like, well, who's Satan? Well, in the earliest tradition, Satan was an angel of God who tempted man. And then Jesus was like, whoa, 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 hold on a second. Like, what kind of God gives you serpents when you ask for food? You know? And it's like, well, who's he talking about? You look at all these verses, you realize that's what he's doing. He's quoting verses when he's talking about this stuff. And it's like, well, who's he referring to? Well, there's only one God he could be referring to, And so this is what the Cathars believed, returning back to where we started, essentially that the Cathars believed that we were like fallen angels, essentially, and that we were divine sparks, caught in the material world, and that we had to elevate ourselves beyond this world to achieve liberation. Uh, and so they were like hardline Christian Gnostics. Now, obviously, I'm not that because I'm a pagan Gnostic, but the Templars kind of took that. The elites believe we live in a simulation, and that this world is, a malformed creation. They don't actually think that the God of this world is the ultimate God, so they're actually Gnostic to an extent themselves, just like a nihilistic solipsism, essentially, really. Uh, and so they want to overthrow God and become their own gods. That's really what it is. They have no respect for divinity, for nature, for humanity, for anything. They hate it. It's like the Matrix. you are the virus. You know, like that's really what they believe. Um, but yeah, the Templars are a corruption of these basic these Cathar understandings, because the original Gnostics were like all about purity, um, and like disconnecting from this world, like through asceticism and all this. Like the Essenes were kind of like almost like a Gnostic uh, group, which I mean, there's actually some arguments to be made that Jesus himself was an Essene. But that's another story. Um, but yeah, you can talk, man. I'm just giving you some background on all this. I have a book by Lusagami that gets into the Islamic connection to all this. And when I say Islamic, it's also Persian because it, you know, is influenced dramatically by it.
Well, some people are DMing me that they want to join. Do you want me to throw the link out, or?
I mean, I don't care, dude. I just don't want any bullshit. That's all.
Yeah, no,
I'm just
I'm
trying
not
to
sure.
enjoy conversation with you, find out what's going on with, you know, these fucking idiots.
Well, let me play,
And
and I'll send out the link, and then we'll see when they come by.
Because I'm
Let me
serious about this. I don't want anyone derailing it because, like, I want to help you with this. I want to help you with this, man, because, I mean, it's not a joke. I want to know who these fucking people are. Lewis will give him a fucking visit, and we'll see how fucking, you know, down they are, how satanic they are. Fucking retards.
No, I agree. So let me play this. I want to get your take on it too.
Because I have the mind of Lucifer, but the heart of Christ, man. You know that.
Yeah, and I have some questions for you too, but my hands are busy, so I'll be right back. I'll play some of this.
Okay, Abyssal. The Longhouse is kind of based. I think that was wrong. Because, like,
I don't know why people are opposed to the Longhouse. Like, you get literally free. Okay, you go out in the field, you work like 4 hours, and you get to fuck your wife for the rest of the day. Like, that's awesome.
The Longhouse is
you advocate for primitivism. Like, okay, there's no point in
not necessarily primitivism. I just believe in taking the structure, which is obviously matriarchy, which has worked forever, and just implementing it with the modern technology we have. That's all.
Something can work, and something can work for the worst, and like be outdone and outcompeted by.
No, matriarchy produced every great civilization in history.
Yeah, right.
No, I see what you are.
Okay, and the Brits where are they now? The Europe you hate now is a cause of what?
It's a cause of the patriarchy being overbearing, causing people to rebel against it. Duh.
You're right. Like, how do I even argue against you? That's just such a fucking bad reading. Like,
I don't.
All of our academic institutions are ruled
I don't agree with full matriarchy, but patriarchy is dysgenic. The
patriarchy is objectively, that's my
what
point.
do you
Patriarchy is
even
objectively
mean by
dysgenic because men will just fuck anything.
Men intrinsically are going to be driven towards rule because the man is the sex which desires status, wishes to make meaning in the world through its own identity. And in the same sense, the ancients considered the fact of the unrecognizability of woman and specificity to be a trait of their unique humbleness as the other sex. And this is just the fact of nature. And when you have a society that is gynocratic, that is ruled by women, you lose a sense of culture and society.
You have something horrible like National Socialist Germany.
Society because it's ruled by the identity of self.
You have something horrible like Fascist Italy or National Socialist Germany or Rome at its height, which were all ruled by women, but
they were ruled by women. Okay, Hitler was a woman, bro.
Eva Braun had more power than Hitler.
Caesar was a woman, bro. Dude, what are you on about?
Like,
why are you just rage baiting? You're just. Okay,
I want to be serious with Abyssal for a moment because
have you actually
Abyssal
read Herman Rith?
Yes, I have.
Okay, good.
Okay, I actually want to be serious with Abyssal for a moment because, like, wait, guys, I want to talk to Abyssal because Abyssal has heard this, right? Abyssal's a right winger. He'd probably never consider this, right? What does
But all the
patriarchy
highest
really
Templar,
sort of
or all
prioritize,
the
right?
highest
Is old, wealthy
Masonic
men
degrees are Templar
over the young,
degrees.
virile
It's not
men,
necessarily
The
right?
true,
Masons are
though.
100% the Templars reinventing themselves. Did you know the absolute highest degrees of Freemasonry require you to believe in the Trinity?
What about the matriarchy or whatever they're talking about?
Did you know that? The what?
What about the matriarchy and stuff like that?
The matriarchy? Well, that's hidden, man. They don't tell you that shit. Masonry is 100% a goddess tradition when you really break it down. All the symbolism is goddess symbolism. All of this shit is goddess shit. Like, when you really understand it, it's not open. They don't tell you. Like, even at the highest degrees, you only find out when you get to the highest levels. And I'm not talking about 33rd degree. I'm talking about like Medthrift Mizraim, like Mark Mason, like Royal Order of Constantine and shit. Shit most people don't even know about. 98th degree, uh, and above. Like Martinism. Have you ever heard of Martinism? The Ellis Cohen. They call him the Prince Elect Knights of the Universe or whatever the fuck. Some like crazy title, you know. But then you go to the very top of Masonry and you find out that, the very top of Masonry and the Knights of Malta and the Jesuits and all that, they're it's the same fucking people. And that's why like the Knights of Malta, the Knights Templar, the Jesuits, all that are above Masonry, ultimately.
So what do you make of what these guys are saying so far? Do you think they're legitimately O9A or they're just?
I mean, just from them talking, it's hard to say. It could be anything. Um, it's possible. The one dude seems like he's serious. But it doesn't necessarily mean anything. What I'm curious of is like what is the actual evidence of like, because you said you were getting like GameStop and shit. So like, what has happened exactly? If you want to
Well,
like
I'll send you
send
that
me
stuff.
something like off, camera or whatever,
Yeah, I'll send that off
or
camera.
whatever.
Yeah,
Like,
because I
do
don't
you
have it on
have
the
like,
computer.
like what's actually happened? That's what, not just what people are saying, but
Well,
like what,
it's like a group chat of like 40 people that are all like
right,
talking about him and saying that they're looking for him.
right. Well, yeah, like I said, these people like to sit in group chats and send like cartel videos and talk about like I'll skin you alive and you know what I mean. Like I've seen that type of shit. Because like I said, they tried to get me involved in this shit, man. Because I was a member of the Order of Nine Angles. Technically, I still am. Uh, you know, and they tried to pull me into these adjacent groups, and I figured it out. And they're just like, oh, you could really help, and we could really help you, and they tried to like, you know, tell me that, I would really make a difference, and this whole spiel, I can make money and all this crap, and I'm just like, no, dude. Like, I see what you're fucking about, and we are not aligned at all. So,
I'm up here now.
we're
Hello?
sick fucks.
Yeah, I'm here. Good Twilight.
Twilight, can you hear ESP?
Barely.
Let me boost him. Let me give you a booster.
Houston.
Boost you. Let me boost you up, mate. Give me
Hello?
a good old romp from there in the United Kingdom. You know all about the processed church and all these silly little places around here.
They're sick
I know it's
fucks,
Houston.
man.
Who is? Oh, I'm walking now. I'm walking in the ring. Can I be heard,
They're
yeah?
sick motherfuckers, I'll tell you that right now.
No,
What do
that's
you think of
Irish,
that,
Twilight.
Englishman?
I'm the other side of the pond.
Well, come again there. Tell me a little bit more, you leprechaun hating son of a.
Yeah, so what
We'll
magic are
fucking hang
we doing
them.
today?
We'll fucking hang them. I'll tell you what.
You've done nothing.
Hey, man, technically I'm fucking Irish, so, I'm allowed.
So what is the plan today?
Is it tea time yet?
People always want to
No,
shit on the Irish. It's fucked up.
it's 7:30 in the morning. I've just finished the jobby job, and now I'm walking home in the rain. It's very magical, so I thought I was going to speak to Twilight about the magic. That'd be great when it's over on the live stream.
Sorry to leave you hanging, ESP. I just need a few minutes. Give me a rant about England or
What the
whatever's going
fuck
on
is
with you.
that?
I think we're on about England.
What the
It's
fuck
turning
you
very
have
brown
going
and
on
black.
there?
It's turning very brown and black. I know that.
You got Darth Vader in the background.
What does that mean?
It's fucking Darth Vader. Are you in
I don't know
traffic?
about Darth Vader.
He's in
Doesn't Darth
traffic.
Vader do Kabbalah?
It sounds like he's in traffic.
Yeah, I'm just crossing the road now. It's pushing down. I've got half an hour or so I thought I'd come on. Because Nero was live yesterday, and I just spammed the chat for half an hour. So now I'm actually hearing person, voice to voice, voice to skull. But Twilight, you sound like you've got a bit of a chest infection or something like that. Yeah, it's chucking it down. Hey.
Yeah, sorry, I know I'm a shitty host. I've just been wrapping up my shit too.
Yeah, you're a busy man.
ESP. Are you a fan of the
Oh,
band
what?
Blur by chance?
Who?
Blur.
Blur.
Damon Albarn.
Not really, no. What girls who do boys like their boys who do boys who do like girls?
Your voice is muffled. Can you bring the microphone a little closer to your
Yeah, I got it, yeah. Yeah, no, not really my favourite band. You're coming in okay now? What? Is there anybody there? Got 2 Bluetooth earpieces in, so.
Say that one more time.
Am I coming in clear?
Much better now.
Yeah. It's because it's raining, so I've got my hood up, and I've got the 2 Bluetooth earpieces in, so. But yeah, I'm just coming in quickly, just, well, not quickly, but I'll just come in for as long as I can until I have to get on the public transport. So yeah, Twilight was breaking it down then about the clip-off and the Gnosticism.
Holy shit, I can fucking hear you, man.
Yeah, man.
What's up, bro?
Yeah, how you doing, Twilight? You alright?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be my side's not going to be great because, like I said, it's pissing down with rain. I've got my hat on. I've got my hood up. Obviously, my earpieces are in my ears and they're being covered up a little bit by my hat. But I've just found a bit of a shelter for 5 minutes.
Right.
So why are you not a fan of Blur or Damon Albarn?
No, not
Blur.
No. Where's all this? Where's all this come? They're a bit sus, them people.
They're about what?
Sus. S-U-S. Bit of a strange people, I think.
Because you're saying they're white.
Suspects.
Yeah, they might not be the gender, especially with the songs they did.
Did you know that he married like a half black woman and then now he's getting divorced and he's trying to move to like Greenland or something?
Yeah.
Pretty weird, huh?
I don't think
Svalbard.
Yeah, very.
Like that. Svalbard. I want to move to Svalbard.
I just want to move somewhere where I can just live by a lake or a river, to be honest.
What if it's all Somalians and Ethiopians by that river?
Racist! You are racist.
Well, maybe I'll choose the river where they're not there.
Why should they have to have identification and actual work permits? Why can't they have fake companies with like 16 different incorporations in the same location? Why not? Why not? Haven't they suffered enough? Haven't they suffered enough, white man? You're the problem. You're the problem.
I know. Yeah.
You and that Hitler guy. You're the problem.
Maybe I think they just need better boats, to be honest, because I don't think it's fair they come on the boats.
So I've been talking to people on all these different social media about this stuff, and they're always like,
"Yeah,
no borders, no USA, or whatever." And I'm like,
"Yeah."
I'm like, "So
you're
a Zionist?" And they're like, "No, I hate Zionism." I'm like, "Well, that's the plan of the Zionists, to dissolve all borders except for Israel." So like, why are you being such a Zionist now? It's so funny because they just get mad and block you.
Bro, Trump just ended the UN.
That's the what is it you're on? Not Twitter. Is it X? You've been going on.
Yep. Trump just ended the UN, dude.
He just ended it.
He told the World Economic Forum like enough is enough.
That's his slogan.
He did a whole
Illuminati card slogan.
Yeah, he did a whole speech at the World Economic Forum. And he's like,
I mean-
globalism is over with. We're done.
I mean, I want to believe that his heart's in the right place, or at least
Dude,
that it's
it
going to have some good
is.
effect. But
Dude, it's not even a question.
It is.
It's just a matter of if someone's gonna, assassinate him or, has other plans on top of that. Like if you look at what he's been doing the last week, dude, it's a lot. It's
Yeah,
a
but if
whole
they
lot.
assassinate him, he'll just be part. If they assassinate him, he'll just be part of the script. No.
Yes.
well, he does have like the best stem cell research in history because his ear totally re-healed like he's Wolverine or something.
Bro,
I don't
he's
think he
rebelling
is.
against Israel right now. Like right now, he's rebelling against
Yeah.
Israel completely.
Yeah, but what does that really? Yeah, what's that really mean?
Yeah. So like
That's
he's
mainstream.
Messiah, son of Joseph, right? So
He's German. He's German and Scottish.
yes, he is.
Well,
Yeah, he goes
Christians
back to
John
Templar
Beard
families,
disagrees
actually.
with you, Twilight.
Yeah, no, he actually goes back to Templar families.
No
He
doubt about
probably
it.
is a Templar. It wouldn't surprise me. But he told Netanyahu to shut up and stop taking credit for shit he's done.
Right. Where is this though?
This is
What media platform?
I think he's Hitler.
2026, once again, Trump and the White House and his
This
administration
guy.
have released a
What's this-
series of
what's
images
this guy
that is
called?
freaking people out. And one
No, they got to blackmail. Probably. I mean, I don't know.
What's the guy called that's speaking now?
Bjerknes. I love Bjerknes. I fucking love Bjerknes.
properly understand.
Yeah, this guy got
all
some
of this.
knowledge.
I just I don't always agree with
Is
him,
this
but
guy?
he has a lot of really good information.
Is he a scholar in Judaism? He seems
He
to know a
knows
lot.
his stuff for sure. When it comes to Judaism, Kabbalah, I would make the argument Christianity, but in the empire institutionalized version, because I actually believe in Christ, but just not in the archontic, mainstream sense. But I actually do believe that Jesus existed. And he tried to enlighten the world, and it was turned into something to enslave the world by empire later on.
It's like the internet is split on Jesus. It's either it was just an allegory, and it means, some sort of Christ consciousness. Jesus goes through the spine and the oil and all that shit, and then it's no, Jesus was an actual person. So it seems to be split with different people.
Well, it's both, really. It's both. People can't accept the fact that both are true. So basically, as far as I'm concerned, the allegory is true, okay? But what people misunderstand is just because of astrotheology, okay, in the gospel texts, okay, those texts were written after the fact, okay? Like if you go back into history and you look at some of the earlier texts that were rejected, okay, like there was no story of his birth and resurrection and all that. This was all added later on, okay? So that story of the birth and resurrection and the disciples and all that, that's astrotheology. But what people don't understand is they look at that and they're like, oh, it's a symbol of the sun. It's like, okay, yeah, but what is the sun? Like the sun isn't literally the ball in the sky. It's a symbol of, like you're saying, Christ consciousness. But even that isn't really the full understanding. It's understanding the consciousness goes through cycles. That's what the zodiac is. People look at astrology and they're like, oh, balls and rocks in space are influencing the destiny of humanity. No. That's not what it is. Astrology is the cycles that consciousness goes through. Everybody goes through these cycles of consciousness. So if you look at the Bible as like everybody is you, essentially, at different periods of your life, it all starts to make sense. So when Jesus says, I and the Father are one, yeah, because everything is connected. It's non
All right, let me
duality.
hit you. Right, let me hit you with this one, yeah?
And then Jesus
Let's-
himself most likely existed, but the story that was made afterwards is fraudulent. It's based in reality and then also like mythopoetical stuff, astrotheological information. And then like they took his parables that were authentic and they mixed it all together basically. They took paganism and Christianity and Judaism
Yeah,
and
yeah,
they
yeah,
mixed
yeah,
it all
yeah.
together. But if you read like the
Right, let me
Gnostic
just,
texts and like the pre-Nicene texts, Jesus is basically like a fucking Buddhist monk, you know, where he's like, look, the temple is within you and all around you, and you don't see it, you know, and he was like basically speaking truth to power and shit. He was like completely
yeah, flipping the tables
antinomian.
over. Yeah, flipping.
He was
Right,
a
listen to this
liberator.
one.
Go
I've
ahead.
subscribed to this rabbi. I've subscribed to this rabbi who's deep into the Kabbalah, yeah. And yesterday he drops a 20-minute video saying that Jesus, when they say in the Talmud, Jesus is actually burning in like shit. What that really means is they're having a dig at the Christians that drink wine and eat the bread and say that is Christ's flesh and blood. So what they're saying is that it's just a metaphor for the wine and the bread digesting in the Christians' digestion system. What do you know
Correct.
about that? You know that one, yeah?
Correct. Yeah, well,
Right.
they
Right.
see Jesus as Satan,
'Cause that's what I came on
actually.
here to. That's what I really came on here to ask you about that. So
Well, what's crazy is like the top Kabbalists who really understand this shit, they'll tell you that Jesus was like a Kabbalist and that he understood like the Torah inside out and upside down and all this other shit. Okay? And
so
they'll
sit there.
admit, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. So the Jews are saying that it's some type of blasphemy for the
Yeah,
Christians to do some sort of cannibal ritualism by
yes.
pretending that the bread and the wine is blood and flesh. Yeah.
Yeah, because it goes back to like Dionysus and these pagan gods, ultimately. Like
Well,
it really if go ahead.
no, I'm just saying the comment section was quite split. Like some of them didn't take it very well, even though I think most of them are Jews. They still didn't take it very well.
There are Jews that understand what Jesus actually was though.
Yeah, there's many different types of Jews. Like there's many different types of Christians and
Yes.
Freemasons.
Right. And
One
like
person's
the
understanding is different to another person's understanding.
the top like the top rabbis who really have studied this, they themselves are like closeted Christian Kabbalists, you could
Christians.
say, really, because they they see they see Jesus as the suffering Messiah of Isaiah 52.
Yeah.
Okay, they see him as the you know the fulfillment of that, but they see him as Satan. They see him as Armilus. Okay, so they believe that he was born of Samael and Lilith,
Yeah, yeah.
and that he's a false Messiah that leads the Jews away from the Torah and from the one God into idol worship.
Now this rabbi was saying that the Jews see the Christians as some type of monkeys because monkey see, monkey do. They're trying to go up because they say they have the first scriptures. Is that what that means?
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of really
I'll have to
interesting
listen to it
things
again
to
what he said.
say.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, if you read the Talmud for more than 5 minutes, you know, it's obvious how they feel about the rest of humanity.
But
You know,
the Talmud is just rabbis' thoughts on scripture. Is that right?
Well, it's their interpretations of the Torah, the deeper teachings of the Torah. And
Deeper,
granted,
right? Yeah, yeah. The esoteric, yeah.
a lot of it is allegory and law. That's the other part, law. But the thing
I mean,
is
law as in you must abide by it.
the thing is you know, there's a lot of despicable shit in that book. It's one of the most evil books ever penned.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
you know, and so, but not most Jews have no idea what's written in that fucking thing because it's so
Well, yeah,
erroneous. Like it's
most Jews, I believe, are just as much brainwashed as anyone else. I mean, you can see how they
oh
act.
yeah,
So.
no, they are. They most definitely are. They're and it talks about that. You know,
But and also, rabbi was saying that to be a monk is sinful because you must reproduce.
yeah.
And if you don't
I mean,
reproduce, then you're likely to get demons following you, he said.
well, they believe that Jesus, is like, you know, the is like a guardian angel under Samael of the Gentiles. Because Samael, they believe, is
Yeah,
the
yeah,
guardian over Edom, what they call Edom, and that's us. That we're part of
yeah,
the seven satanic spheres, and they're from
yeah, yeah,
the of holiness, and we're the Sitra Achra, the other side, and so we're impure, and they're
yeah,
the
yeah.
holy ones. But when you go like
So what?
to the top of it,
No, go on.
you find out that it's all bullshit, and that they actually believe the opposite, and they're actually envious of us, and they want to take our sparks,
Reverse,
and they want to
reverse
and they
hatred.
want and they want to take our sparks of holiness, and they actually worship the darkness, and they want to make the darkness shine, and it's really like it's deep. It goes really deep.
So
I've done
did you
videos on
hear this
this,
week?
but
Did you hear
it's
this week that there was a rabbi at the World Economic Forum, yeah, and he was saying that now we've joined forces with the Muslims, and this is why we're flooding the West with people from Afghanistan and Somalia, and that's what. Have you seen this? Have you not seen this clip yet?
have I
Or not
seen
even a
what?
clip; it's a speech. The rabbi at the World Economic Forum this week
Oh yeah.
basically said, they're not even hiding it now. So we've joined forces with Muslims, and we're wiping the white man out of his own country.
Mm.
Have you not seen this one yet?
It sounds familiar.
I think it was a speech that was done this week at the World Economic Forum. So I'm going to look a bit more into it. But yeah, that's what he said. I've seen a clip that was just played on someone else's channel. So, but I'm sure if you type it in, this is probably gone viral. You know, because now the pieces are in place. The clergy plan is no longer a secret. It's actually to be seen with
Oh
your
yeah.
eyes. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So this is the Kosher news I was just going to speak about.
Oh yeah, they love
So
to
good
put it in our
times ahead.
face.
But I think really it's just a race war that they're planning to, they always have to put us through some sort of trauma. So to put the Muslims and the Christians together, that benefit, I mean, to get them to race war, then that obviously benefits them in some way,
They want a civil war.
for some reason. Yeah. But they're not going to get it because most people are quite peaceful, really, I think.
That's what the ice shit is all about, and all that.
Right, so what's the Clipper connection with the Talmud? Is there a connection there?
Big time.
Oh, yeah. So if the flip-off is evil, why are you taking part in it? Or are you studying something that isn't evil? Or is it what's evil to one person isn't evil to another person? Has the stream died?
Sorry, I can't. I'm trying to understand you, but your voice is muffled.
Oh, is it there? Because I'm near the road now, so.
Are you biking or
Can
walking?
you hear me now? I'm just walking. But it's pissing down with rain and there's a lot of traffic, so it's probably distorting the voice.
No,
Yeah.
It's just like it's like your mic is hot, and then there's like something covering the mic, so it's like loud, but I can't.
Yeah, well that's my hood. Yeah, you can hear me now, though. Yeah.
Yeah, now I can hear you. Yeah, better.
Yeah. It's still. I was still run across the road. So.
Well,
so I was just saying the connection between the flip-off and the Talmud, and I was saying to Twilight, if it's evil, what is he getting out of this?
You're asking Twilight what he's getting out of the Talmud?
Well, the clip-off.
The clip-off.
Because I heard he said the clip-off is connected to the Kabbalah, no?
Kerplah! I like to say, well, he said he'll be right back. That's like a Klingon thing or something. Nah, I mean, to quote Rand.
Well, what I've read, it's the dark tree of knowledge.
Yeah, it's like the Anus. Bjerknes talks about it. It's like, so the symbol of Grok that looks like a Saturn. Apparently, that's like the anus of the tree of life, and then on the other side is the tree of death, aka the tree of Uranus. I'm not joking.
Yeah.
So like they see Saturn as like a portal to like the tree of death, which is actually the tree of life, and then the tree of life is the tree of death, and so that's what they're talking about in the Bible according to the Kabbalists.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what I'm gathering. I don't know.
No. I think it takes a few years to study all this, but I don't see it being a positive thing to be honest.
Sorry, say that.
That's why I was asking. I'm saying I don't think it was a positive thing. That's why I was asking Twilight, what is he actually getting from this clip-off?
The clip-off. I like to call it.
It sounds very.
He said
it's
a new manifestation of a far more ancient system. That's what he said.
Right. Yeah. Well, I hope it's doing him some good.
Sorry, say that again.
I said I hope it's doing him some good. But maybe not. I don't know.
The clapper.
It seems like it. Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna switch to my phone. Hold on. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, hold on one second. Let me connect my Bluetooth feed again. I don't know why I disconnected.
I can hear you clear now. You haven't had that.
Love of Christ. What's going on with this stuff?
Yeah. Your mic seems to be better than it has been in the past. It used to do that strange sound after every word. Say what?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can.
Can you hear
Loud
me
and
now?
clear.
Okay,
Clear.
cool. How's the sound?
Check
Better?
1, check 2.
Okay. Sorry, when I was using my computer, I could hear myself echoing in my headphones. And then when I put my headphones on, it disconnected, even though I was already wearing them. So it's like, I don't know. I mean, doesn't make sense, but if you were me, then you would understand. And then if I were you, I wouldn't understand. I'm just joking. So yeah. Can you hear me okay? What the hell? Okay, can you hear me now? Oh, well, I guess he's gone. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I don't know if anybody's watching still. If you're in the chat, drop some P-bombs or something in the chat. Let me know that you're down there. I guess Twilight is MIA for the moment, as is his audience, because they got annoyed with me. So I guess I'll make it worse and play a little thing for you guys.
At number 1, he'll say it's just a type, but he's a white man and only dates Asians. At number
I could really give a fuck now. That ain't my motherfucking problem. Oh yeah, I love to say fuck when I'm driving in my car. Fuck when I'm walking in the fucking park. Fuck you if you don't like what I say. I love to say fuck every fucking day. Oh yeah, I love to say fuck. 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 Well, I hope I could really give a
Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty.
Women escape. Men are using what's preventing women escape. Men are using condoms. What's better than using a condom? Preventing literal seed from a type of woman that's surprising. Like that's very gay. It's gay for a woman to be not birth control. Like denying the creation of life. It's gay for men and women to be not men, texting each other all day, watching Disney movies and highly playing the sort of college, and then into early adulthood, will get involved there. Like they I'm not saying that I'm saying all of this nonsense is modern dating culture is extremely sterile and unserious. Women escape. Men are using condoms. What's better than using a condom? Preventing literal seed from a type of woman that's surprising. Like that's very gay. It's gay for a woman to be not birth control. Like denying the creation of life. It's gay for men and women to be not men, texting each other all day, watching Disney movies and highly playing the sort of college, and then into early adulthood, will get involved there. Like I'm not saying that I'm saying all of this nonsense is modern dating culture is extremely sterile and unserious. within a state. Men are using condoms. What's better than using a condom? Preventing the neural seed from the type of woman that's surrounding like that's very gay. It's gay for a woman to be on birth control, like denied information of life. It's gay for men and women to be not married, but texting each other all day, watching Disney movies and highly playing the sort of college, and then even early adulthood, building a wrong day. And like very gay, I'm not saying that you know, I'm saying
If you know she wanna fuck, banger. She all on your nuts, banger. The bitch is too drunk, banger. I ain't no punk nigga, I'm a banger. Jenny, I'ma bang that bitch. Vanessa, I'ma bang that bitch. Whitney, I'ma bang that bitch. I ain't no punk, I'ma bang that bitch.
Hey, short, you know what's up. Last night at the club, I was trying to fuck. Seen a bitch with a big old butt. Took her to the bathroom to bust a nut.
If you know she wanna fuck, bang.
Bück dich, befehl ich dir. Wende dein Antlitz ab von mir. Dein Gesicht ist mir egal. Bück dich.
Hola, mi amigo. And thank you, AI Gollum ESP man, for coming, because always a pleasure. Twilight is missing in action. Pill Eater is also missing in action, but Machine is here, and I've just disgraced him with my terrible videos. So. Apologize.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, we started off totally in a different direction, and now we're all the way on the other side over here. Let's see here. What's on your radar today? I saw some rumblings in the panelverse, but nothing really super notable. Just like Tommy versus NPC, and
yeah, that's what I saw too.
Yeah, and I thought it was kind of like, I mean, it was honestly funny to me, but maybe that's because I'm fucked up. I don't know. But
okay,
seemed like a lot of people enjoyed it. For some
everybody
reason.
keeps asking me about the Cliff-Off and the Sephiroth and why Messafid, demiurgic or whatever. It's
He's
simple.
awakened from his slumber.
The Cliff-Off, the Sitra Akra, the night side, as I prefer to call it, is really
serenade us with
pagan
this talk of the cliff
in origin. Okay. So that's the short answer. If you want the long answer,
go the easy way or the hard way.
You know, I can give you that too. So I wrote a whole article on this. Well, it's actually part of my book, but
yeah, he can't hear me, so I could just react.
It follows the same principles as shamanic soul travel, ascent through descent, rapture.
He can't hear us, so we can just react.
As I said, the ancients didn't see a separation between the natural and the supernatural, nor did they see it as a disembodied world somewhere else. They saw everything occurring within nature's framework.
Yo, Twilight.
That doesn't mean that there weren't other worlds.
Yeah,
it's just that those other worlds were right here and right now.
Hey, Twilight. Avian and Machine said they can hear you, but you can't hear them.
I can hear Avian. I can't hear Muhammad though. Blessings.
It's all good. It's all good. We'll just keep it this way.
Can I make some comments
I'll
now?
just react to him.
First, I want to say this. National Socialists, they did not care about nature that
Yes,
much.
they did.
Like
Yes, they
Nazi
did.
Germany, they did a lot of virtue signaling. For example, Hitler would claim to support animal welfare, but
Oh,
then he
dear.
promoted animal testing, welding, and financed Göring's hobby of hunting. The Nazis used animal protection rhetoric as part of its self-image, like in a Machiavellian sense,
Who
and
said that?
propaganda, while simultaneously supporting or permitting practices that caused massive animal suffering when it served military, scientific, or elite interests. And
Who said that?
that
And when was
you
it
can
written?
actually
Before or after the war?
Göring and their welding, they did welding and stuff.
Yeah,
They do
yeah,
do
yeah.
welding.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
did.
yeah, they did for
Who
military
said?
purposes.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
Helter
did welding for
Skelter.
sure. Yeah, but
yeah.
they loved animals in nature. That's not a
Well,
question.
but that's one thing to claim you love something as a rhetoric, but another thing to follow it through.
No, they really did.
So then
So
why
I'm
would they
guessing.
go support animal testing? Like, they even have vivisection and stuff.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
technocracy. It just
Yeah, it's a technocracy. You see, I could say I love animals and then I go and support animal testing or vivisection or welding and stuff. Does that mean I really love animals? It's not authentic. You see
Well,
what
if
I
you
mean?
want to heal the animals, you have to kill some to know how to heal them, right?
That's different. The problem is with industry and with
crack
the
a few
technique,
eggs.
the growth of industrialization. You see, I mean, that's the problem and stuff. You see, they were a technocracy and stuff, so they did have to do stuff like welding and but
Well,
even
if they were hold
Goring
on, if
though
they were
was
a
a trophy
Buddhist,
hunter.
if they were a Buddhist technocracy, would you still be angry at them?
Well, Buddhist and technocracy do not go well together. But let me address something else. Goring was a trophy hunter, and Hitler, who supposedly loved animals, actually financed his reserve, and he promoted Goring being a trophy hunter. I mean, kind of like how the Habsburg, they would go around and they would hunt elephants, and they would cut off their head and mount it on the wall, and Goring was into that kind of stuff. So this is the thing. It's just the mixing politics with spirituality with fucking environmentalism like that is just ridiculous. And another thing is that I want to say is that like yeah, another thing is that uh, uh yeah, I mean that's it. But there's some
He's
other things I wanted to talk about that I don't know
yeah,
if I
he's
should bring
gone.
up. But it's just like all that Freemasonic stuff, and I don't know if and the O9A and stuff. Yeah, the O9A and stuff. I
Okay.
don't know if I trust them. That's stuff
Oh.
like O9A.
Oh, there you are.
Okay. So
Can you hear me now?
the night side, yes.
Okay, nice.
The night side, okay, the Citra Aqua, what became the Qliphoth, okay, is a later invention. All right. And every Gnostic source worth anything, even pagan, the demiurge cannot originate. It copies, freezes, and externalizes. It operates through daylight logic, hierarchy, law, command, visibility, fixation. Okay, if the night side were demiurgic, it would show rigid structure, external authority, compulsory belief, and fixed moral boundaries or binaries. Sorry, it does the opposite. Okay, before Abrahamic and imperial overlays, the night side meant liminality, in between states, threshold states, descent, catabasis, not full, chthonic intelligences, earth, body, blood, rhythm, nonverbal gnosis, dream, trance, intuition, and symbol, cycles, death, regeneration, and return. This is found everywhere. Eleusinian mysteries, Orphic rites, Egyptian duat, Sumerian of Hinata's descent, Shakti and Kali traditions, Bon and pre-Buddhist night yogas, pagan witchcraft, and folk rites. These systems do not produce obedience, they produce initiation. This is again why it's not a religion, but I'll go blue in the face explaining this. The sleight of hand is that dark equals demiurgic. This is post-corruption propaganda. Nocturnal rites threaten control that bypass priesthoods, operate internally, and cannot be standardized. The Archon imperial systems demonize night deities, inverted descent into sin, reframe gnosis as temptation, and externalize salvation into daylight authority. Result, night becomes evil, day becomes order, logos is severed from Sophia. This is culmination of symbol, not ontology. The archons do not operate well in liminal, trance, erotic, or imaginal states. They require fixation, belief, fear, and external authority. The night side dissolves fixation, destabilizes imposed narrative, re-embodies perception, returns agency to sensation and intuition. That makes it anti-archonic by function, regardless of later distortions. Because there is a corrupted night current, but it's secondary, not original. This is why people get confused. The original night side is organic, cyclical, and initiatory. The corrupted night side is inversion, fetishization, power games, and ego inflation. The demiurge cannot create the night current, it hijacked it, just like it hijacked kingship, priesthood, sexuality, language, and timekeeping. No one argues we should abandon language because it's been hijacked. Same logic appears here. Because the demiurge cannot generate liminality, only stimulate order, the night side predates it and disrupts its control mechanisms. What looks dark is often simply ungovernable by daylight authority. If the night side were demiurgic, it would produce obedience. Instead, it produces individuation, gnosis, and return to source. The real divide is not light versus dark, but organic perception versus imitative control. The night side belongs to the former. Simple.
Yeah,
Darkness is
so
ignorance,
that's
descent.
cool.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, so I mean, those are
well,
your
someone was
beliefs.
asking me earlier, ESP was asking me, why do I work with the clip offs? You know, everyone thinks it's Jewish. And I'm just like, well, no. It goes back to all the ancient mystery schools. When you really understand what it's talking about, they
I mean,
turned the pagan gods into demons. It's that simple. And they tell you as much. I mean, that's not even a hidden thing.
I
All the
mean,
other gods are demons. So, yeah.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I respect your views. I have some areas I diverge in. You know what I mean? So yeah, yeah, but I respect it. Yeah, I diverge in some areas, and so yeah, I respect it. You know, it's kind of like
Yeah.
how I can respect different views, even though I don't agree. And so what is it you want to talk about regarding that? So yeah, that's a lot to read.
Well, I was just explaining it to ESP
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, yeah, I got you.
panel. I keep it close. Hold
Well,
on, my girlfriend is
well,
calling me, and she's gonna keep knocking me off panel.
oh, it's okay. I get you.
So
did you guys see this
I guess-
weirdness video? Let me show you this. Hold on. So while we're here.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
let me show you. This one. No, this one.
Symbolism, and I'm going to explain it to you. What Trump is portraying is a penguin symbolizing Satan, symbolizing the Leviathan going from the water to the land, from the south to the north. Satan is leading Trump, Armilus, Messiah, son of Joseph, of the anus of the Gentile side of the Citra Achra, the Citra de Smola, up to the North Pole, up to Greenland and the Arctic. The penguin is obviously a southern bird, not a northern bird. It is the inversion of the poles. It is the flipping over of the Sephirotic tree and the
I don't know,
like an hourglass.
Like, you know, like Bjorkney, I think he gets some things right. Like, he gets a lot of things wrong. Like, he bullshits a lot, to be honest with you. And I don't know this penguin stuff. You know,
Well, it
just sounds
reminds me of Tim Osman machine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Maybe that's what's behind his little like penguin.
Yeah, he also thinks, you know, but you know, it's not that. He thinks Jesus was Satan, though. To you know, I don't know about that, but you know, oh, stuff like
Yeah, I mean, he has some weird beliefs, but he seems to
Yeah.
know something about the Kabbalah, though.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah, but yeah. Does he know Hebrew? Actually, I never looked into that. Like, did he actually learn Hebrew, or?
I don't know. I'm kind of don't know much about him other than you know the basics. So I'm not sure exactly what his deal is. I just think it's interesting. It's like I don't know where this penguin symbology came from, but it reminds me of Tim
Yeah.
Osman. We know a guy named Tim Osman who always uses this penguin stuff, and he's like a Crowley fan, and you know he's always like dissecting.
Hitler.
Yeah.
Who said that?
93. 93.
Oh.
Yeah. Do what God
So
wills, the whole
did you
law.
see that Beardness is saying Trump is going to
Love is
kill
the
us
law,
all?
love under will.
Yeah. Like like about Daddy Mustache Man. Don't say his name because you're gonna get this channel banned.
Well, I mean, I said it on
I'm
my
not that
channel,
worried
nothing
about it.
happened.
I'm not
So,
that worried about Hitler.
I
Yeah.
don't think they care
Yeah.
anymore. After they put David Icke and everybody back online, I don't think they fucking
Yeah,
care
yeah.
anymore.
I just
Honestly,
want to ask you something, Twilight. I just want to get
yeah,
yeah, okay. Like Hitler, okay. Why
yeah.
are you?
I'm just done giving a shit,
Yeah,
like at all. Like I'm just
yeah,
done,
but
completely done.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
I just
You're
don't give
not.
a flying fuck at a rolling Cheerio. If people want like sources, I can give them for like
Yeah,
days.
yeah.
You have to be careful what you read about shit like after the war, because like I can show you how the Soviets like created all kinds of bullshit about the war, and then like it wasn't revealed until like the late 2000s, bro. No,
Yeah,
sorry, the early
yeah,
2000s. So
yeah. I
like
get
for like
it.
fucking all those years, everybody thought that the Germany was
Well,
responsible for it, and then
Yeah,
lo and behold, not till the 2000s did they find out. Oh, it was actually the Soviets. So I'm just saying, dude. Like believe
yeah.
what you want, but
The problem I
I'm just
had.
saying. Look,
Yeah,
even if you have a neutral perspective, you know, which ultimately, really, if I'm not trolling, I do, because we really
yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
I
Me
just
too.
do it to get people to fucking think.
Yeah, but
Because it's like, look, you can question Mao, you can question Stalin, you can question Pol Pot, everybody else, but as soon as you mention his name, the fucking earth shakes.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
and
I
I just
agree.
think that's interesting.
It,
Why?
but I mean, but my question is like, you're
That's the
going from
question.
like,
He's dead. He's long
you're going
dead.
from, yeah,
He's
you're going
gone.
from, like, mysticism, Gnosticism, and then you're like going to Hitler, like I mean,
well,
like
look,
Hitler, he
what
would seem like
he's
a lesser
explained it to
evil.
you just now. What he said is that it's a
I
troll
mean,
because
I'm just
everybody's
saying, like, what
jumping
do we
on this,
really
like
know
jumping on
about
Hitler's
him?
dick.
What do we really know about National Socialism?
Like what he's saying
It was
is like
given to us
everybody's
by Hollywood.
Yeah,
Like
what he's
I get
what he's
that.
saying is
Steven Spielberg
everybody's
gave us
sucking
like
Hitler's
all
dick on
these
both sides of the
documentaries and stuff about it. We got all this stuff like post-war from the Soviets,
Yeah, I get it.
about
But
how
what
they were
Twilight's
so
trying to
great and
say
they
in
were like
street
the
slang is get off
saviors
Hitler's.
of humanity and
He's trying to say
all
get
this
off Hitler's
nonsense.
dick.
And it's like, well, what actually happened in Germany? Like, why would the war start? Was there a book called Germany Must Perish that talks about the final solution of the German race, the end of the German race?
Yeah,
Right? No, that's a conspiracy theory.
yeah.
That
You
that,
got
that
to
book doesn't
give an
exist.
opportunity to
You
respond.
know,
Like,
Andrew Kaufman or whatever the hell his name is. Like he literally says the final solution to the German race. They use that term. Okay, so
yeah, okay.
that's all I'm saying, man. And
Yeah,
that's
I
not the
get
only
you, man.
book.
Like, let me
Okay, so
respond.
I
Yeah,
know that if I read a book that told me that my race was going to be exterminated, I might be a little mad too, especially if
yeah.
all my people are being sold into sex slavery and they're taking over the economy and the media and all that. I might be a little fucking mad too. You know,
Yeah, I got
uh,
it. Okay.
and the fact
Yeah,
that he wanted peace with everybody and all of that. I just it's just a hard sell for me that he was some monster. you know. So
yeah. Let me
that's just how
respond
I
now.
feel about it.
You talked
Was the
enough.
was
Let me
the National
say about it.
Socialism turned into something sinister after the fact? Yeah, I mean that's obvious, but it's also obvious that he was betrayed by a lot of people, and he was actually too fucking nice,
Can
and
people
that
hear
was
me?
most of the problem. Is he was naive and thinking he could have
Yeah,
peace
I
with
can hear you.
everybody,
Yeah,
and they
yeah.
turned on him.
Okay.
Allies and you know enemies. He tried to make
Yeah,
allies out of his enemies.
okay.
That was the problem.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is
So,
that
I really don't give a fuck what anybody
yeah,
has to
okay,
say about
you
it
don't give a fuck.
because
Okay.
whatever sources they have, I got three more to say the opposite.
Okay, good
So
for
it
you.
really doesn't
Okay.
matter.
You don't
And
give
Moon
a fuck.
10
You're just
also,
here
like,
to
you
like
guys
preach
really
to
want to
me.
go
Okay, I
there. We
got
could
you.
do a whole
About
fucking
Hitler and stuff.
presentation on this shit and show you how much bullshit is
What?
actually written and prove that it's written by people who
No,
are
my
like
issue is
agents
with your
of British
esoteric
intelligence, of
Hitler and that.
Soviet,
You know what I
of
mean?
whatever the fuck.
I
But they
don't
will
get
just
it.
accept it and
Like,
they repeat it and they don't know where it
you have
comes
to
from.
give opportunity to
And
people to talk.
it's
You know what I mean?
hogwash.
you can't
But
just keep
ultimately, like
talking.
I said, it's not really about that.
Can you hear
Twilight.
me?
It's just about the fact that you're not allowed
Yeah,
to
man, shut
question it
up.
at all.
Yeah, let me talk. Shut up.
You get beaten to
Yeah, I don't
death.
know if he can
In
hear
some
you.
countries, even questioning it, you end up in a fucking hospital. You end up
Yeah.
thrown in prison.
I
Why?
don't know. This,
Why is
can
it
you
such
hear
a
me,
big deal?
Nirojan?
He's long
Yeah,
gone.
but let's just
It's
try to
over
keep it
with.
respectful if we're gonna.
If there's
Yeah.
nothing to look at, then why is it such a big deal?
I want to actually hear both. I actually do
That's what
want
I'm
to hear
saying.
both sides of this.
And
I
I'm
don't know if
not
you can hear it the most.
anti-Semitic whatsoever. You know, and that's
I
why
well,
I feel like I have a right to fucking say this shit. Because I
well,
have
Twilight,
friends. I have
okay.
friends that are Jewish. One of my best friends is Jewish.
I
You
kind
know, I have no hatred in my heart towards anybody, towards any
yeah, good
race.
for you. So
You
you
know,
didn't get my question. You
and
just keep talking around
you
what I
know,
asked.
it's just
Let me
bullshit.
talk
I
now.
don't think he can hear you, buddy.
It's fucking
No, I think
bullshit,
you
and I
can
don't
hear
really
me. This
care.
is what he
And
just.
people are too afraid to say what they fucking mean and mean what they
This
say.
is
And
just the
that's
kind
what
of
I'm doing.
personality he has. You know what I
Hail
mean?
Satan.
You see, you can hear me, so I can. Can you hear me, Twilight? Or
We
no?
live in the world he said we would live.
He can't
Okay,
hear you.
good for you. My issue is with
We're
you
there.
fucking giving an esoteric dimension. You know what I mean? He was just a man. He was dealing with political realities. You know, he could have been the lesser evil compared to Churchill, compared to Roosevelt, compared to Stalin. Definitely, I do think he was the lesser evil, but he was not a fucking
We're
saint.
fucking
You see
there.
what I mean? That's my issue. Why are you jumping from Gnosticism to Jesus to Hitler, and then you're like imbuing Hitler with this sacred majesty? I find it very suspicious, you know, because, you know, esoteric Hitlerism is the weird thing, and you're mixing it with Gnosticism. You see what I'm saying? Like, and you keep mentioning Hitler every time. Like, you know, he could have been, you know, the one who was in the closest to the right, but that doesn't mean he was like a
Okay, here
fucking
again.
saint,
Wonderful.
or he was like a
Twilight,
fucking.
can you hear him or not? I don't know if we can hear each other or not. So
No, you can hear me. You know, this is just his kind of game. You know what I mean? You know, he can hear
yeah,
me.
but just chill, Avi. I mean, let's. Oh, he's
Yeah,
back.
Yeah, I don't think he
understand.
can.
Yeah, here we go. He's back now. Okay, so I don't think he can hear you. So just keep it respectful, Avian. Like, let's try to actually flesh out the issues. Let's not make it like a personality thing. I mean, that's just my
Yeah.
favor. I'm asking. Like, let's just try to keep it.
Yeah,
on the
just let him
topic.
say what he had to say because I don't think he heard what he had to say. So,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
you're
yeah.
just responding to what he said without him hearing him.
Yeah, it's weird. Can you hear me?
I couldn't hear anything.
Yeah,
Oh,
go ahead, Avian. Yeah, just
yeah.
say it again, dude.
Sorry, I was kind of. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'll be respectful. Okay, so yeah, I agree. Hitler was the lesser evil compared to Roosevelt, compared to Stalin, compared to Churchill. And it seemed like, but I think my issue is more with the, giving him a sacred quality. He was just a politician.
No. I'm not
Yeah.
giving him a secret quality.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
simply saying, look at what he said and look where we are.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
Yeah, I got
And
you.
just
I think he's trying to.
entertain the possibility
I
that the
have.
people
Yeah.
themselves, it's not about him, it's about what he sparked.
I
Even
think.
if he was evil, even
Yeah,
if the,
I think he's saying
the
like it's like he represents nation states, he represents nationality, he represents tribalism. He represents. That's what I think Twilight's trying to get at.
look what happened when he was in power in the beginning, even if he was evil. For the sake of argument, let's say he was evil, okay? Let's say he was a Rothschild, okay? Whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. Look at what he did for Germany.
Yeah, I'm not. You
Look
don't
what
get
the
my point.
people did. The people
You
were a
don't get
part
my
of that.
point, though.
We can do that again, is what I am saying.
Yeah, but you don't get my point, though. I'm not saying that Hitler was a bad man. I'm saying that he was not a religious figure. He's not like Jesus or
No,
Buddha. It's just worldly
but you're
thing.
missing the point. It's not about him.
Yeah,
It's
but
about what he did.
Yeah, but that's
I
for
think he's
Germany's
saying it's the
interest.
archetype. I think he's saying it's like the archetype of like
Yes.
a person.
Yes, Jack. Yes, Jack.
Yeah, but you don't
Y'all are
get
stuck
deeper
in this
point.
idea of it being about him. It's not about him. It's about what he did
Yeah,
and what we did as a result of what he did.
Let's break it down to archetypes because we're actually just talking about archetypes. Like Avian wants us to be like a Buddha archetype.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also,
it's
that's
not
for
about
Germany's
him.
interest. I don't personally, I don't want Germany to fail. I don't want Germany to suffer. But
Well,
I don't.
Germany is failing.
Yeah, but it's not my responsibility. It's not something that I should be burdened with. I mean, like, You see what I mean?
Well, if Germany fails,
Yeah.
everyone else is going to fail too. So,
Wait, you're making Germany the center of the world? 'Cause
no,
Germany can
no,
fail,
no.
and
I'm
I could be
saying that
perfectly fine.
if someone, no, it's the same thing with the UK. It's the same thing with Iran. It's the same thing with.
He's
It's
saying,
simple.
I think he's trying to say that tribalism is a better hedge against the nonsense than like non-tribalism. I think that's what.
Yes. Make America great again. For real.
America's different. America's problems.
Because like I support ICE for this fact of like I believe in tribalism. It's not because like I necessarily believe in like quote unquote America as like a real thing or something.
No, fuck that. It's imaginary.
So like for me, it's just more of like, well, if we have international communism and there's no borders or anything, like to me, it's like what I don't understand about it is like,
Jack, you're so level-headed anymore, bro.
What they're saying is like America is magic dirt that if everyone in the world just comes here, suddenly everything's okay, and I just think that's bizarre. It's like,
what I'm saying is the issue is that I don't think Europe is the center of the world. Europe has its own destiny. It should be its own thing, but I don't want to be pulled into Europe's narrative or the West's, fucking world history.
Well, obviously, all of Europe has been a proxy war for 2,000 years.
I think Asia and Europe are. I think they always have been.
Europe has been a proxy war for 2,000 years of the Eurasian, and Middle Eastern.
Eurasia is the center of the world. It always has been, whether people want to admit it or not.
I don't know. What's the center of the world? You're saying the steppes or like
Eurasia. Period. Eurasia.
From Jerusalem to.
No, I don't agree. I think South America had interesting history too. I don't think there's any center of the world.
What did they bring into the world though? I'm not denying they have a very incredibly advanced culture and all that. Like I totally agree with you. They have some of the oldest culture on the planet if you really like do the history. But I'm saying, what did they bring into the world?
It's not about what you bring. See, that's a technician's mentality. You see what I mean? It's not about what you bring to the world or what innovation you bring, contribution.
But I feel like Pinoid right now. But it kind of is.
No,
like I agree with you. Like the Sumerians and like Göbekli Tepe and like Nan Madol and all. Yeah. But like practically speaking, to like into civilization, into the world, like what did they actually bring? You know what I'm saying? Like who created automobiles and like fashion and like like
let's talk about
technology and you know what I'm saying? Like
you're contradicting yourself.
And food and like
you said Eurasia. Now you're saying Europe.
No, Eurasia, Europe and Asia. Eurasia.
Yeah.
Europe and Asia. That's not a contradiction. Eurasia.
Yeah,
Europe
but
and Asia.
Samaria is in Eurasia. The Samaria.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and you were just saying they didn't really give much contribution. So I'm kind of confused. Like Sumerians' contributions were huge. So I'm like, but it's not really about contributions to me.
It is
can
when
you hear
you're
me?
talking about the center of the world.
I don't think there is a center. I don't
I'm talking
think
about when it comes to like where we are today, man. I'm not saying there weren't contributions in other ways. That's a separate topic. We can have different rankings for different topics. I'm saying when it comes to where we are right now, what affects us today?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they didn't have any contributions at any time. No. That's not what I mean. I'm saying today, as it stands, as we are living right now. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, but it's negative. It's ultimately negative. Because industrialization was a net negative and stuff.
If you can't,
it's unsustainable. It leads to No, I mean,
cutting out.
It got fatty as fuck. It became negative. It didn't have to be.
No, it has to do with the nature of technique and fossil fuels. Yeah, fossil fuels. But I don't agree.
Fossil fuels are, yeah. But
And
again,
also,
in balance.
It's not imbalance and stuff. It's not possible to have an industrial scale network with supply chains and with constantly
Yeah,
moving
but
very
again,
high
Avian,
rapidly.
nobody's
Real
denying that,
quick,
but also
I think Twilight's audio is like getting fucked up.
yeah, he'll
Fucked up.
have to he'll come back in, hopefully, because I don't think he can hear us, or at least we can't hear you. But
Hold on.
what, you're back? Okay, say it again now. I think you're back now. Your audio went out for a minute there.
Yeah, yeah.
He's back. Hold on.
Yeah, this is
It's not
weird.
me, man, because it's staticky as fuck.
Huh?
Okay, wait, maybe now it's better. No, it's getting really staticky. I don't know.
Yeah, I can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Okay, why am I
Well,
not twice?
what I was saying is, like, even if
Yeah.
it's true what Avian's saying, like, obviously, if you just take away fossil fuel tomorrow, like, the balance, quote unquote, is going to be like 6 billion people dead overnight. So, I
Yeah.
mean, maybe not, but probably. I mean,
Right.
I would say.
Well, I
sure.
say I like Penti Locola because
I know
you
what you
know,
mean.
yeah. Also, you know, the whole nature of the supply chain and eating foods exported from like South America, where you know they have to cut out acres of you know primeval forests to make their
Well,
plantations. You know, I'm
Giorgiani said he's
talking, you
willing to
know,
sacrifice
like
99% of people to get back into
why
balance. Would you agree with?
you keep
Hold on.
interrupting me? You never
Would you?
interrupt Twilight, but you keep interrupting me. Like
Well,
I
because
don't get
you've been talking for a while. I just want to get my point across really quickly. So,
Okay.
Giorgiani said that he's willing to sacrifice 99% of people. Would you say that you would agree with Giorgiani to get back to balance with nature?
Giorgiani says that. You know, I don't think he says that. Are you sure?
He
Like,
did.
yeah, where? Like, he's always saying edgy, crazy
heard,
things. and
Machine heard
stuff.
it with me. We watched it together.
Yeah, well, he's a Satanist kind of guy, you know, and he's kind of transgressive, and he's a Zionist and stuff like that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
but
more
what I'm
on the
asking you is, would you sacrifice 99% of people tomorrow to get back into balance with nature?
well, you see, let me think. You see, my highest, you see, I just want to know the truth. Like, I want to analyze it and look at the truth and stuff, like the causes and conditions that led to the mess that we're in right now. And so I don't think I would. I don't know, like it's a difficult decision and stuff. You know, like
Yeah, I would say a big hell no to that one.
yeah, but the thing is, you know,
Let's destroy all humans. I think we should. We can come back as animals. I think that's a good idea. Actually.
I don't think it will kill 99% of people. You
I
know,
mean, that's what you said. Like, you think that humanity has lost their chance of evolution, and so like something else should replace them. And honestly, I can't say I completely disagree.
I mean, I don't know. That was my view in the past, but now I would say that uh, they should neither be destroyed nor not destroyed. Yeah,
And
neither
then you told
destroyed
me
nor
that
not.
like the transhumanists and all that definitely like wouldn't believe that, and it's like they absolutely do, like that's
Yeah.
exactly what they want.
No,
They want
no,
to they want to save nature. They claim, but they really don't.
they don't. Yeah.
They want to like eliminate people and like just have like robots and shit, and like a few other people to like worship them and serve them, and that's
Yeah.
kind of it. They think humanity is like a virus essentially, and they should be wiped
Well,
away, and it's like anti-cosmic essentially.
no, I keep saying this. Read Penti Locola. Okay.
Yeah. I know. I've looked into it.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, believe it or not, Buddha. I really do. I've
Yeah.
been there
Yeah.
before, where it's like, why don't we just
Wait,
like reset this shit? There's a
what?
song called by Tool, called Anima. It talks about this.
Yeah. Well,
Mother's gonna come and wash it all away. Mama's gonna fix it all soon. Mama's gonna come and bring it back to the way it ought to been. I don't know if you know that song.
Yeah. Well, I
Some
wanted to say
people
this.
coming down from the sky, followed by meteors, showers, and tidal waves, followed by fault lines that cannot stand still, followed by millions of
Yeah, but
dumbfounded
ultimately,
bitches.
you know, I'm a
No, but I get it, man.
yeah, but no, I've changed my views. I'm a Buddhist. I follow the precepts.
Well,
I
I mean,
follow
that's what I was trying to
sacred.
figure out how you could believe that if you're a Buddhist. But I
You know,
mean,
what
it sounds
let me
very
tell you
satanic to me.
my solution to the trolley problem is not to get involved. That's my solution to the trolley problem. You know, non-interference. You know,
Well, I mean,
it will solve
I
itself. You know what I mean? It will solve
well, see,
itself.
that's what I'm saying, man. Is like you got to give people a chance. I mean, I know that we've fucked up pretty bad. You know, I
No,
definitely
no,
agree with you
it's not
there.
about giving people a chance, but it's also not about judging people too harshly. The thing is, mankind has
Well, that's
failed.
what I
It will
mean.
consume itself.
That's what I
So
mean by
just
giving them a
don't
chance,
worry
not
about it.
judging them. Like it's not really our place. I do understand what you mean, though, more than you think. Believe it or not. But it's just to me, you know, this is why I can't vibe with Hyperborean is because the rejection of nature to me is just absurd.
Yeah.
Like,
Uh,
you know,
yeah, but
and very Talmudic, really. If you like, I don't really care what anyone has to say about that. Like, I could show in their own doctrines. You know, he's saying it's not there, but I can prove it is.
well,
You
you
know,
know,
they
let me say this though. In Mahayana Buddhism, there are some teachings, or at least in Chan, you know, all sentient beings have Buddha nature. The what they're aiming for is the end of rebirth. You know, the end of the
Do you
turning
know
of
who
the
Naja
wheel.
Runa is?
Yeah, I've talked
I
about
I
Nagarjuna.
really like him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's
Nagarjuna.
very
Yeah.
much aligned, very
Yeah,
much
that's his
aligned with my
favorite. Yeah.
own.
yeah, been
Oh, it
talking a lot
is?
about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's his favorite. Yeah, Nagarjuna. Yeah.
If
Yeah,
that's your
Buddha's favorite.
favorite, then we're more aligned than you think, man.
Well, I'm not sure Nagarjuna can be easily comprehended with the hypostatizing and reifying mind. You know, a lot of people misinterpret Nagarjuna. It's not
Right. He's
easy.
hardcore. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know, man. Like sunyata,
yeah,
emptiness,
yeah, Sanyata.
right?
Yeah.
Nothing exists, right? So it
Uh,
can never
that,
be it can never be frozen, owned, or made authoritative,
that's
right?
not what
So
he
it's not
says. He doesn't say nothing exists. He says things lack intrinsic nature.
no
And
no no no
between
no 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 no.
annihilationism and internalism, you know, he's not
No,
saying
no, no, no,
nothing
no,
exists.
no, 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 no. I know that. I don't believe in nothing either. I'm
Yeah.
saying nothing exists in a way that can be frozen, owned, or made authoritative. So in other words, it's not a belief, it's not a metaphysics, it's not an ontology. It's a method of dissolving reification. So it's against, in my perception, it would be against demiurgic patterning, fixed meaning, rigid identities, ontological certainty, hierarchical truth claims. So like it's the idea that anything has an independent self-existing core, basically.
Yeah,
Like
that's
demiurgic systems require what's known as essentialism. Okay. Control systems requires for things to be what they are. Authority requires fixed definition. Law requires stable identities. From what I understand, he annihilates all of that at the roots. So that's the thing, and the whole idea of the two truths. Okay, so you have like conventional truth was like interbase reality, and then ultimate truth, which has no fixed reference. So it's like uh it's a complete non-attachment. So it's like it can't be turned into dogma. It cannot be grounded to authority. It can't justify hierarchy. It can't be used, over time for any kind of manipulation. There's no superiority or blame. It's not sentimental. You basically remove like false certainty and solidity, and that's exactly what my tradition is about. It's not about learning something new. It's about destroying what is keeping you from seeing what's already there. So it was like it's when you're seeing something that's provisional as an interface or as a system, or what Giorgiani, oh sorry, calls spectral, as an ultimate truth instead of just seeing it as a toolkit. you know um so it's not about denying reality, but keeping it from being weaponized into false attachments or authority, identity, control, whatever the fuck. So that's really like your favorite, then we're much more aligned than I realized.
Yeah, I mean, Nagarjuna and Yogacara, they influenced the Lankavatara Sutra also. I read Siddharth's translation of Nagarjuna and Mike Cross. But the thing is though, it may influence your tradition, but Nagarjuna was still a Buddha.
100%.
He accepted, the rebirth and eightfold path and Four Noble Truths in conventional manner. But you're right, the ultimate, the conventional versus the ultimate is beyond description. When this is a translation from Mike Cross, I did send it to you. When
Okay.
whatever one grasps with, whatever grasping is, the one who grasps and what is grasped, all are melted away or emptied out. Then grasping goes unfathomed. So it's simply about, how the reification and the hypostatization. And, like Nagarjuna talks about how we appropriate thought streams and then we use that for self-identification. But the appropriation is empty, I mean, it lacks intrinsic nature. It's
Yes.
empty of underlying essence. But the thing is, this is only conceptual understanding. Actual meditation or koan practice or whatever that's like zazen or something is different. So like, but it's like skillful means to ending the conceptual proliferation, to ending the grasping mind and stuff. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would say that emptiness is the defines all phenomenon, lacking intrinsic nature. That's between annihilationism and internalism. I would say all sentient beings have Buddha nature, but the goal of life is to, at least in most of Mahayana or Zen, is to end rebirth. Because in the Lankavatara Sutra, it talks about repository consciousness, which is the storehouse consciousness, which contains traces of one's grasping or the habit energy that can influence one's projections. And as like the Lankavatara Sutra says, all projections are just perceptions of the mind, and it's due to grasping and the habit energy, and that can influence the sprouting of the next life. So there is a rebirth, and I think I experienced rebirth, but I mean past life
Sure.
resurrection. But yeah, it's about ending rebirth, so and stuff. Because ultimately, while all sentient beings have Buddha nature, life is defined by dukkha when we try to cling or grasp onto phenomenon and stuff.
I actually did a short little chapter in my book about like the different traditions that I feel are aligned with my own tradition, and it directly comes up. So it's funny that I never knew this. I don't remember you ever mentioning him before, which either I just didn't hear you or I don't know. I guess you didn't mention it to me particularly, but
It's on my Goodreads. I gave you my Goodreads. You could go see all the
right.
books I read.
Yeah,
My
I didn't look
readings there.
into. I read some of it, but I didn't get into all of it.
Yeah, it's on my Goodreads.
But
Yeah.
yeah, so that's just very, very interesting to me. But I said Telestic Gnosis is best understood not as a spiritual tradition, belief system, or esoteric worldview, but as a mode of perceptual correction. It concerns itself with how perception becomes distorted, fixed, or externally governed, and how that distortion can be undone through embodied, repeatable, and reversible methods. From this standpoint, traditions are not judged by their cosmologies, mythologies, or moral claims, but how effectively they function as anti fixation technologies, systems that loosen reified identity, dissolve false certainty, and return the practitioner to grounded agency better than permanent transcendence or dependence. When evaluated through this lens, most religions and spiritual systems fail. They substitute one form of authority for another, replace external gods with internalized metaphysics, or generate altered states that cannot be integrated back into daily life. Only a small number of traditions remain consistently aligned with holistic gnosis, and they do so not because of what they claim to be true, but because of how they operate in practice. Okay. And yeah, this is This is where I mentioned it. Nagarjuna does not posit an ultimate reality, hidden essence, divine ground, or transcendent self. Instead, it targets a single processual error, the assumption that things possess. I'm gonna fucking pronounce this wrong. Swabhava, an inherent self-existing nature. Nagarjuna demonstrates through systematic reasoning that any claim to inherent existence collapses under examination. Importantly, this deconstruction applies equally to material objects, mental states, doctrines, and even the concept of emptiness itself. From a scholastic perspective, this is not philosophy for its own sake. It is a precision tool. By removing the possibility of final metaphysical anchoring, Madhyamaka prevents perception from crystallizing into belief. It leaves the practitioner fully capable of functioning in conventional reality, speaking, working, caring, deciding, while remaining unbound by the illusion that any of these conventions possess ultimate authority. The method is self-erasing. Once fixation dissolves, the tool is no longer needed. This makes Madhyamaka uniquely resistant to priesthood dogma and identity formation, and therefore deeply compatible with Telestic Gnosis. A closely aligned but more embodied counterpart is found in early Chan, Zen, before its later institutional and aesthetic elaborations. Early Chan rejected scripture, metaphysics, and systematic doctrine in favor of direct engagement with ordinary activity. Its insistence on chopping wood, carrying water, and responding spontaneously to circumstances was not anti-intellectual romanticism, but a practical refusal to allow insight to solidify into concept. Awakening in this framework was not a permanent state, but a functional responsiveness unmediated by fixation. What makes early Chan telestically aligned is its emphasis on immediacy without trance. There is no requirement for revisions, altered states, or symbolic elaboration. The body remains central, language is used minimally, and insight is constantly tested against action. When later Zen traditions began to romanticize enlightenment or reify no mind as an achievement, they drifted away from scholastic grounding. But at its root, Chan functioned as a daily life discipline for preventing perception from being captured by its own abstractions. Another tradition was strong scholastic alignment, though often misunderstood, is Dzogchen. Specifically, in its most austere formulations, Dzogchen is frequently portrayed as a system of luminous awareness, primordial purity, or innate enlightenment. But stripped of metaphysical ornamentation, its core practice is remarkably pragmatic. It involves recognizing when attention contracts around effort, identity, or goal, and releasing that contraction without replacing it with a new object of fixation. At best, Dzogchen is not about maintaining a special state of awareness, but about repeatedly interrupting the reflex to solidify experience. The instruction to leave it as it is not mystical passivity, but a refusal to interface with perception through conceptual manipulation. When practiced correctly, it produces clarity without disassociation and presence without inflation. When practiced incorrectly, it becomes a justification for bypassing embodiment or responsibility. The telestic distinction lies in whether the practice includes an explicit return to baseline functioning rather than lingering in an elevated perceptual mode. Outside of Buddhism, certain pre-institutional Taoist practices also align strongly with Telestic Gnosis, particularly those focused on Wu Wei as non-interference rather than moral ideal. Early Taoism treated reality as a dynamic process that could be improved through imposed order.
Yeah, well, I have some issues with what you're saying. First off, I mean, it's fine what you're doing. It's your own system. You can do what you want. But what you're doing is you're appropriating, other traditions in a way that is somewhat disingenuous. Like Zen, they do have sutras, they do have a tradition. Same with Dzogchen. Taoism is a bit more difficult because I haven't studied Taoism.
Taoism a lot. Taoism is everything. It's astrology. It's magic. It's
Okay, man.
like
I know that. I've read Tao Te Ching. I read Shang Tzu. But I'm saying the actual traditions. There are many different schools of Taoism. They do internal alchemy and other stuff. They have, but anyway, but the point is that Dzogchen, I have a friend into it. He says it's important to have a guru or a teacher, and
I know.
work with them and stuff. But I'm not really into Dzogchen. But I was more into the Soto school and the Rensai school, and they have like sutras, they have practices, and they have a lineage of patriarchs, stuff like that.
Yeah, well, I don't have
Yeah.
access to that, man, or I would if I had access to it.
Yeah, I mean, you can Google Soto's or Rensai Zen schools near me, and I'm pretty sure you can find maybe one or something. Like, have you tried that? Like within your
Yeah, but how like authentic are they
you have
in
to look
America,
into
man?
the teacher and the lineage. Like mine was authentic in the sense that the teacher who gave them Dharma transmission, he did come from authentic school in Japan and stuff. You know,
Yeah, I
you
would
gotta look
need
into the
somebody who
teacher.
was authentically from Asia. Like, I'm not gonna
No,
trust
no,
some
the
Westerner to.
transmission. You see, you know, you get Dharma transmission. You know, like their students practice under them, and then they get Dharma mind to mind transmission, and then they can like teach it in the lineage. You know, because the lineage move on. Like there have been like you know, Westerners who have gotten Dharma transmission from teachers from the East. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, there have been a
Yeah,
few, but
yeah.
most of them are still kind of like put it in their own way. I mean, I read source text though, and I read books from actual masters and shit. So I mean, I do the best I can, with what I have. But I hear you. I do agree. There is like a certain uh what's the word I'm looking for? Almost power in having an actual lineage, an actual teacher. I do understand that. Um, there's a relationship there where like even having a teacher itself is a part of the practice. I get what you mean. I do. Even
Yeah,
though I've always been anti-initiation, when it comes to that, like it's a little different than like an occult, like mystery school or something.
you're anti-initiation. Can you clarify what that you mean by that? I
Well,
think
I mean, like magically speaking. Like I've been offered to go like into like Freemasonry or like different occult orders and all that, and I refuse. I just refuse. But like when you're talking about like Eastern traditions, it's a little different.
no, I mean when you initiate and take up your vows, I do think it's pretty important. Yeah, but before
Right.
you do that, thing, yeah,
Yeah.
yes, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I've always been self-taught with everything. But I mean, if I had the opportunity, like I studied Tai Chi when I was younger because there was an actual master.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the one thing that I did experience that was authentic, and I loved that. So I mean, I was young, but so I do know that it can be a profound experience. Um, but yeah, like I just make do with what I have, man. I would love to go to Asia, honestly, and like actually do it like that, if possible, like ideally. But I mean, I just you know use what works. It's just a matter of self mastery at the end of the day for me.
Yeah, I mean I respect what you do, but ultimately I'm against excessive secretism. So
I
personally,
hear you. I hear you.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
it's just that Eastern and Western traditions like work very well together. If you look into Ben Bell Wen, she's a Taoist from China, and she incorporates like Western magical tradition and Taoism, and she gets into like why they belong together and all
Yeah.
that. And yeah, she's absolutely fucking brilliant. She gets into
Yeah.
like tarot and like Crowley and like all that, but she also knows like Taoism like inside and out. She's written a few books as well. She wrote I Ching, the Oracle. It's like 900 pages, or the I Ching,
Yeah, I
and she's
see.
wrote books on like food, talismans and stuff. Yeah, she's brilliant.
Yeah,
You should check her out, honestly. Like Ben Bell Wen. Yeah, and she gets into this, and she actually teaches as well. I actually thought about becoming a student of hers. It's just electronic, but I mean, technically, I didn't have the money before, but actually now that you mention this, now that I think about it, because she really knows her stuff, and like her she like gives people a book and like you're supposed to like fill it out, and that's like part of the teaching, and it's like it's intense work. She's like, look, if you're gonna learn, like you need to learn. She brings together like all all these different diverse, uh, traditions, and she gets crap for it. But I agree with her that Eastern and Western traditions shouldn't be divided. I personally,
Yeah.
because
Yeah, that's
they
all.
work
All
so well
good.
together. That's why, and that's kind of what Crowley did, and
Yeah.
Blavatsky did, and that's why people hate them. But
Yeah, I hate them too. Yeah.
I know,
Yeah.
and that's okay, But
Yeah. Well, you see, I don't like the Western magical traditions.
I
It's
know.
globalist, and I don't like how. I think they are just as much to blame as the Edomites. Really, like, yeah.
Well, the Edomites hijacked it.
No, I don't know. It's a kind of symbiosis, I think.
Well, it is now, yes, because the hijacking became a cooperation, most definitely. Once the 1800s rolled around, like yeah, it was a cooperation, but in the beginning it wasn't.
I think every group, civilizational sphere should stay in its own and stuff, and be respectful of boundaries.
Well, they don't understand boundaries. I mean, the demiurge is literally called a boundary crosser. The archons are boundary crossers. Like that's one of their titles.
Yeah, I think everyone has their own approach and such. But mixing East and West, that is globalist. In nature, you see what I'm saying?
If you do it politically,
I mean, in the sense of like
I'm talking about on an individual level.
individual. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm not talking about anybody else. I'm talking about on an individual level. Practically.
You're going to see there's gonna be a hodgepodge of everything in the future. You're gonna have, the Cleverly plan isn't just for you; it's for the whole world. You see what I mean? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, that's what's happening. That's why I don't like making any country or any group the center of the world anymore, because this is like a global phenomenon now. You see what I mean? Like, it's
Yeah.
global and it's interconnected and stuff.
Yeah, that's nice.
Man, it's a weird time to be living in. Ultimately, that's all I can say. It's a weird
Oh
time.
yeah, it is. But yeah, I'm not talking about anything for anybody else. I'm talking about on a personal, individual level. Practically.
Yeah, I was curious. How old are you? Just curious. Like, I just want to know. Not in an offensive way. I just want to know. So, like, just want to know. I mean, you don't have to tell me. I could tell you how old I am. It doesn't bother me. I'm just curious. I'm not asking in a rude way. Like, you're not a woman, so it's fine to ask. But did you cut off? Well, I'm 36, so I'm 36. Yeah, I was just curious how old are you? Wait, can you guys hear me? I can't hear anyone. It's yeah, like dang, I have to leave and come back. It's like, yeah.
I can hear you.
I guess he just left.
Yeah.
But can you hear me? Can you hear me? Work out your audio issues. It's like or maybe it's the StreamYard. So I get. Yeah, I can't believe I'm up so late. So can you guys hear Twilight? I can't hear it.
Yeah, I can't hear him. Wow.
What do you think about mixing a bunch of different stuff from various traditions into some kind of secretive cult, TML, like not cult but system? What do you think about that? Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, I mean it's interesting.
You think it's bad, or do you think it's good, or do you think it's okay, depending on the person? What do you think, like in terms of modernity and the globalism?
Well, I think there should be a strong connection between culture and religion.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
So maybe if the ethnos is connected to the religion, on a more basic or primary level, then the cultural expression, right? Not to say that you can't have different countries that are the same, religion. That's happened for a long time, right? But usually their expression of that religion was tied to some cultural framework, right? So
yeah, but the thing is, throughout the ages, it can change. Like Afghanistan used to have a lot of Buddhists, like Balkh, and even they found Buddhist statues in Iran. Like they excavated it in the south of Iran. So that stuff was wiped out by both the Zoroastrians and the Muslims, so the Buddhists and the Mongols, yeah. So they're gone now. So yeah, but I think after communism spread in the East and also Meiji era Japan, I think Buddhism is no longer strongly believed by the East as much as in the past. Like like you have people like Dojin and you have people like Nichiren. Nichiren is kind of controversial. Nichiren was a part of a different kind of school, and you know about Nichiren or no? Or Nichiren?
not much. Yeah.
Yeah, he basically was more into the Lotus Sutra, and he created a school called Nam Ryo Ringi Kyo, which is called Devotion to the Mystic Law of the Lotus Sutra, and he believed that the Lotus Sutra contained all the mysteries, and so they treated it with like doctrinal supremacy, and and he's kind of controversial among other Buddhists, because he's very like all about reciting the Lotus Sutra and just waiting for a better rebirth. It's kind of different from like Renzai or Soto Zen. It's the Nichiren Buddhists of Japan, and the Shingon Buddhists who are a little bit different too. So yeah, Hiroto, can you hear me? Yeah, I still can't hear it. So
I have returned.
Yo.
yeah.
Yeah. Tell Satan.
Okay. You can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you also have like Pure Land Buddhists in China who say Namo Abhidharma Buddha. Those guys are more about being reborn into a Pure Land and stuff. Those guys, they're pretty big in China. And you have Nichiren, like I told you, in Japan. But yeah, different schools. And the main schools in China were Tiante and Hoyan, which are like the schools that help develop stuff like ideas like interpenetration or endless net. In India, you had Yogacara, you had Madhyamaka, you had different schools. I think even Dharma Kirti was one. He didn't really get that popular. I think he grew in Tibet. And so like Indian philosophy and the developments of it and Chinese philosophical developments, they can be pretty vast in the Buddhist history. And so in Central Asia, the biggest form of Buddhism was Sarvastivada, which went extinct and stuff in Afghanistan and stuff. Those guys thought dharmas exist in past, present, and future as an element of being internal. The dharmas, the Sarvastivada. But the Madhyamakas argue dharmas are provisional and they lack intrinsic nature. You know, like we were talking about. So they don't have an element of being internal, and do not. And in Madhyamaka, Nagarjuna, Nagarjuna's school was called Madhyamaka. You know, Mahayana was a mix of like Madhyamaka and Yogacara. Yogacara is like mind only school of Buddhism. That's the that's the you can get lost in Indian philosophy and I know a lot about it. I took a class and I read some books and stuff. You know, you had Indian materialists. They were like called Travakans. I forgot what they called it. They were kind of weird. They were very atheistic.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, Charvaka. No, Indian. I forgot what they were called. Yeah, I see here. How you spell it? Yeah, what the fuck were they? Oh yeah, Charvaka. Yeah, Charvaka. They were a materialist. Yeah, and then you had, you know, like different schools of vendetta. Like, you know, we were talking about that, like Advaita or like, you know, the Devata, which is dualistic. Devata is dualistic, and you have Advaita, Visha. I can't pronounce that. Vishta Data or something. How can you pronounce that? Vishta Devata. Vishta Devata. Yeah, that one is more qualified non-dualism. Yeah, qualified non-dualism for. Yeah, the East has its own philosophical legacy and stuff. You know, you can get lost in it and stuff. Yeah. I think the idea of repository consciousness is probably one of the most interesting ideas. Yeah. I think it has a lot of truth to it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, memory is not in the brain. It's not in the brain structure. You know, it's in its own field. The interfaces with the brain. That's the kind of, and you know, the brain. You know, maybe, you know, it's kind of, that's why, you know, the idea, you know, like the analytic idealism of Bernardo Kastrop, he talks about dissociated boundaries in the field of universal consciousness, the mind at large, he calls it. But if there is like a field that prior to the projection of mind that is not extended, you know, that also, you have to also explain how where the memory is located prior to its emergence. You know what I mean? Like approximately speaking. So I think something like repository consciousness. Even Henry Bergson argued for an inverted memory code and stuff. He argued for an inverted memory code. So yeah, I don't think memory is like inside the brain. It's like stored in the brain. It has to be in like a, you know, field that is interface with it. It's the interface, something like that. You there, Twilight?
Yep.
Oh, I see.
Sorry, just multitasking.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know what to talk about now, but you know, I want to talk about that. You know, there are a lot of problems now. You can look at it different ways: degeneration of tradition, loss of ethnos, loss of huh?
What ethnos? It's degeneration. It doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
We lost our rites of passage. We lost. I mean,
Yeah,
we lost everything.
that's my view. Yeah, loss of biodiversity. You know, when
Yeah.
species are driven to extinction, it's irreversible. When species are driven to extinction, it's irreversible.
Yeah, I mean they've,
you know,
40% family.
40% of monkeys or primates are endangered. You believe that 40% of
Yeah.
primate species they're endangered?
Yeah. We've done horrible things to monkeys. Don't even get me started with what the CIA has done. Like, a lot of people don't realize that. There are a lot of really terrible experiments. You know, Who cares? They're just stupid monkeys, like, you know. But that's fucked, man.
Yeah, I mean, I did talk about this stuff a lot though before. It gets kind of repetitious. Sorry, but like, I did talk about also the
I mean, I don't know. People
dolphins.
if
Yeah.
people aren't listening, it's not repetitious because they don't get it yet.
Yeah.
You know. Where's Bjerknes at? He's been saying a lot of wild shit.
Yeah, I
Well,
can
he's
read.
mostly right. He's mostly right. He's mostly right. It's just that you just have to understand when you watch Bjerknes that he's looking at things from one. He's a specialist. He's looking at things from one angle. So it's not that he's wrong. It's just that he's looking at things from one angle, and he's really good at looking at things from that angle. But that doesn't mean that's the only angle. That's all. So when he says that Jesus is Satan, he's telling the truth from that angle because that's what they believe. You know, that's not what Bjerknes believes. He doesn't
No,
believe any of that.
he does believe that.
Bjerknes is essentially like a pagan
Yeah, he
or
is.
a Platonist. Like he's closer to like me. He doesn't believe in any of the Abrahamic stuff. So
Yeah.
that's not what Bjerknes. People think that's what Bjerknes believes. No. He's saying that's what they believe. He doesn't believe in Jesus or any of that. He's saying they see Jesus as Satan, and it's true.
Yeah.
That is what they believe. So, just for anyone who misunderstands, like that's not what Bjerknes believes.
Well,
That's
he
what
believes
they
that. He believes that
believe.
Jesus was initially, a psyop. It was initially a psyop. That's what he said.
Yeah, it is. The Roman version is. I mean, I completely agree with that. He's completely right. You know, my only addendum to that is that I believe that there was a real Jesus who did exist that has nothing to do with the caricature that Rome created. That's the only difference. It was more like a Buddha.
You believe in Hermes Trismegistus? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
I believe that there was a real Jesus that existed that was more like a Buddha, you know?
Yeah, but my
tried to enlighten people and sounded the alarm against the Edomites. And I think it's very important because he was antinomian and he sounded the alarm against the Edomites, which nobody else did.
Are you saying
And
Jesus
that's
was?
why.
Are you saying Jesus was Hermes Trismegistus?
Yeah, you have. Yeah.
No, but it's funny because people make that parallel. And I can understand why, to be honest. Believe it or
But
not.
why care about Jesus? Like why? Like you have attachment.
No, I think this is awesome. I think Jesus is awesome.
Wait,
I think he was an embodiment of the Christos, the aeon of the Christos, which is an Gnostic idea, actually, that goes back further into the pagan mysteries. This is what's interesting and what people don't understand. The idea of the Christos is pre-Christian.
Yeah,
and Jesus actually fulfills. This is what's so interesting to me. When people talk about astrotheology and they're like, "Oh, Jesus is the Son," it's like, okay, yeah, but this is only like one part of it. No, this is important. The reality is that Jesus actually fulfills pagan prophecy more than he does Jewish prophecy, and that is one of the biggest suppressed truths I think in history.
reject. Okay, I have something to say. One cannot have two leaders, and I reject all prophecies. I reject all prophecies. Doesn't matter if it comes from pagans or if it comes from Jews. I reject all prophecies. Like you're saying he's a Buddha. Okay, he's not a Buddha. He's not a Buddha. He's not a part of the tradition. His teachings have substantial differences. I'm not saying
that there's some like Hindus that say that he was like an incarnation of like Vishnu and shit, right?
Yeah, I know about that. But the thing is, though, when you get deep into like Brahma Sutra, Upanishads, you know, it's still different from Jesus too. Like those Hindus that say that, they're like treating him like an avatar or something, but it's not like central to their tradition. You know, it depends on the Hindus.
Right.
You know how many schools of Hindus there are? There are like so many schools of Hindus.
Oh
You know,
yeah,
they're
there's hundreds. I know.
yeah,
I know.
yeah, but yeah, like
Well, I'm not saying he's a Buddha. I'm saying he's like a Buddha. I didn't say
yeah,
he
of
was
course,
a Buddha.
yeah, I mean, like
I don't know
Buddha,
what
yeah.
he was. He was a master of some sort. I do think he was important, and I do believe that his messages were twisted and contorted so that people either hate him without reason or love a version of him that didn't exist. So I think there's meant to be this dichotomy without actually understanding what he really represented. And so I'm neutral, and I just personally, from my own experience, and especially my experience with the Christos, personally, out of body, and all that, I think he was real. And I think that he embodied the Christos, the aeon of the Christos, and tried to show people their own divinity, and tried to show them the power of love over fear. I think it's really that simple.
Yeah,
and that's what the allegory is about. Like those dying on the cross, all that. It's talking about the death of the lower self and the overcoming of the world and the world's illusion, and you know, to go beyond that and to go beyond the temptations of the world. And it's very, you know, it's very much about emptying the self, and you know, like there's profound implications. But this is not based on something I read. This is based in my own experience with what I can only call the Christos, that has zero to do with the religion of Christianity or Judaism. This is outside of that completely. And it goes back to what I talk about with, you know, like the books of you and like the apostle, like the Acts of read the book, The Acts of John. It was a Christian apocrypha that was taken out. You know, there's texts where Jesus is talking about Mother Earth, you know, and all this type of thing, and like parasites and how they can, like, you know, infect the body, and then by infecting the body, they infect the mind, and there's so much stuff that's been covered up that is like completely alien to the Romanized version of Christianity that, as far as I'm concerned, came afterwards. Because there were Christians in Britain and Ireland particularly, and Syria way before Rome. So what I'm saying is it's a great conspiracy, and that the Jesus that is preached by Rome is almost antithetical to the real Jesus that actually existed. So the Jesus of Paul essentially is a subversion of the actual Jesus who lived. And I believe that he was an embodiment of the Christos archetype. And that he was a man, but he became divinized. He became divinized. He became enlightened. And he tried to show the way.
Yeah, but I have a question.
That is a primordial way that all messengers and all, to put it in Islamic nomenclature, he was a messenger of Allah. And in Muhammad's view of Allah, like, honestly, it's not Abrahamic from what we've discussed, you know? So his interpretation of Allah is more in line with my interpretation of the originator than it is the Abrahamic God. Because we talked about this at length. And he even says that he thinks that the God of Judaism is the demiurge. So, you know, yeah.
So, can I respond?
But what's interesting, but what I'm saying is that the Quran talks about how there are many messengers that are unknown. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
yeah, I got you. I know.
So
that.
this is the thing.
Yeah, let me respond. Okay, so
and Hindus talk about how everyone is Hindu, they just don't know it, and they accept all religions. You know, so I actually respect Hinduism because they say that everyone is Hindu, they just don't know it.
It's like Baha'i or something, you know. But
Sanatana Dharma. And Buddhism came out of, you know, Sanatana Dharma.
No. You see,
What was the response? Because it became corrupted.
You just why you say you're a Gnostic, but not a Gnostic Christian? Because it sounds like you're a Gnostic Christian. You know what I mean? Like that's
because
like,
I'm a pagan. How can I be a Gnostic Christian? Just because I accept that Christ is a principle of reality, it doesn't mean I'm a Gnostic Christian. Because Christianity is based in
Yes.
Well, how could I? Well, I can tell you this: no Christian will tell me I'm a Christian. That's for sure. If I work with Lilith and
what you're saying sounds like
Lucifer and
it sounds like Valentinian. Have you read the Valentinians?
Yeah. I reject them. Yeah.
But don't they believe in Sophia and like a non-duality and Christ and stuff?
No, they don't believe in non-duality. That's why I reject them. Because they believe in a duality. They believe in a struggle between spirit and matter.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm not Christian because I don't believe that Jesus is the only way to God. I don't believe that he died for my sins and all of this. I don't believe. I reject all that. I don't believe in the salvationist redeemer, like John M. Lashley's out.
Okay, yeah, you're right about the Valentine. But the older traditions, like before being introduced to Christianity, like Vendetta or the Buddhist or the Dharma or whatever, they don't really like care about Jesus. Like he's not a part of the tradition. Like I don't see Jesus in Buddhist literature and stuff like that I've read.
Right. No, I know. Well, there's some Hindus that accept Muhammad.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying this is a fact. I'm just saying that there's a diversity within everything.
Well, yeah, but let me think. Like, what do you think about the Nestorians? So I'm just curious, the Nestorians. Because
I've heard about them, but I don't know a whole lot. I'll tell you who I do think is interesting is the Mandeans.
Yeah, they reject Christ, though. The Mandeans reject Jesus.
They don't reject him. They say that he wasn't the actual teacher, that it was John the Baptist.
Yes, that's right. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
They reject him for John the Baptist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. And the Nestorians had heavy presence in ancient China. Nestorians, and they also had heavy presence in Iran.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think maybe the Goran was. There's a theory that initially it was a Syro-Aramaic Nestorian text that was, later they made some, like Virgins in Heaven translates to grapes on a vine in Aramaic. Did you know that? That makes more thematic sense in that.
That does make sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like you can read. It's like Christian Luxembourg. He talks about that, and I haven't looked into it that thoroughly, but
well, divine, divine, literally divine. What is divine? It talks about how the divine is holy. So it sounds like wordplay, but it's not. Like there's actually something there. And the grapes were considered holy. The grapes are used to make the wine and all of this. And it goes back to Dionysus and yeah.
Yeah, I see it. Well, yeah,
but yeah, don't get it twisted. I'm not saying that any of this is true. Don't get it twisted. I'm just throwing ideas around and saying, look, people have come to an understanding of what they believe is God through many different avenues. And outside, the main point is outside of priests. That's what interests me. If somebody is given an idea of God by an external authority, that's something different. But if they have an experience themselves, who am I to say, whether or not that's valid? And so that's what I'm saying.
But let me say something with I will say that, with civilization, maybe civilization was a mistake. I don't know. But, maybe having priests, in older civilizations help give moral fabric. So that way we wouldn't have experience like right now, whores and Instagram totes, they're being paid more than like people who actually want to do good stuff. See what I mean? So like, yeah,
yes,
that's the opposite kind of problem. I mean, like the new kinds of priests are scientists and liberals and who promote vice and they promote degeneracy, stuff like that, decadence. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah, Darwin became a prophet. Yeah.
Yeah, like Baudelaire. Like Baudelaire's poetry goes into that. So have you ever read Flowers of Evil?
Oh yes.
Would you say that's that's close to Lilith? Lilith.
Not quite. I mean, well, maybe a darker aspect, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe she's really pissed. More like her corrupted form, like not her original. Because I mean, she was, turned into like this, seductress, succubus, vampire. Night demon. But that's really not what.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Twilight.
But yeah, I guess in a way, yeah, I guess in a way, because like eroticism is like seen as cognition, so it's like it's about revelation. It's kind of like epistemic, so it's not seen as like moral or informational. It's not, Lilith like does not bond, reproduce, or sanctify. So it's like idealism is like kind of stripped away, and it shows like what is actually desired, what is wanted, what is feared, and how it hides. Like the whole Christian Redeemer complex, like I was saying, it's like suffer, repent, ascend. Lilith is kind of like perceive, choose, and remain sovereign. So it's not like pain is not salvific, which is the Edomite virus. I can go real deep into that, and it has to do with why they abuse people and all this other crap. It's like no, it's nothing to do with salvation. Darkness is clarity. In the nighttime, like that's when desire stops deceiving itself. That's when hypocrisy dissolves. That's when the mask falls. In Baudelaire, like women provoke, they mirror, they expose, they annihilate the ego. So it's very like initiatory. So actually, I take it back. Actually, yes. Because Lilith, like stripped of all the bullshit, is like a mode of orientation. And she dissolves like false alignment. She doesn't ask for belief. She doesn't install identity. and it's not really like decadent if you really pay attention. It's like anti-sublimation. Um, it's not really evil. It's not like taboo for its own sake. It's not rebellion for nothing. It's not darkness. It's yeah, like if you see Lilith as the archetype, I guess Balder could be like the manual. So it's kind of like reminding people of what consciousness was before moral architecture, before the Redeemer complex, before desire was domesticated. So it's like stop lying about what you see when the lights are off. If you ever seen the movie Shadow Hours, I think it was called. It's a very good movie if you understand it as happening within the individual. That's why I love anime. A lot of people don't understand, and I'm sure you do. Is anime is the opposite of Western, media. Western media is all about externalization and about what is happening, externally to the characters and like the action and the constant like thrilling.
I disagree about the art house films, like Ingmar Bergman or like Andrei Tarkovsky and Robert Bresson, Lars von Trier, stuff like that. Art house films are different. They tend to be better. I think they're more contemplative.
Yeah.
They're more
Yeah. No. I know. I'm saying majority.
Yeah,
you have like Memento and like Stranger Things and all that type of shit.
Yeah.
But I'm saying majority.
Yeah,
though.
Yeah. But I would say majority of anime is like that too. The majority of anime is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yes.
Yeah.
Where it's not really focusing on what's going on outside, but really what's going on inside.
Well, it depends on the anime. You know what I mean?
Well,
some anime are trash. Most of them are trash.
Well,
like
well-
like Lucky Star or something. like,
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think the anime does it better than almost any other medium because it can function in a way that almost no other media can, where it can operate on multiple axes, like it, and it can like with most other media, it's all about like making everything look as believable or like
Yeah, I know what you mean. It can
like
be more
everything is
psychedelic. Like
well
like
it
internal
can well it allows people to be like broken. It allows things to go wrong. It allows embarrassment. It allows humiliation. It allows like the inner self to be shown without contradiction or hypocrisy or some kind of like irony or joke. Like I said, like with Western media, it's all about looking your best.
Yeah,
few
well,
exceptions.
I would say manga though is a bit better, but I have
Yeah.
I would feel like
That's even better yet.
Yeah, I think you would like Daisuke Igarashi, the guy who made Children of the Sea, Umwelt, and uh, Spirits in the Sky or something. He made a lot of stuff. I shared a little bit of
Wait,
it. It's very shamanistic. It's very shamanistic.
What? You said Higurashi, and that immediately
No,
got my
not
attention.
Igarashi. Daisuke Igarashi. I'll put his name on the chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Higurashi is one of my favorite.
No, it's not. I'm not talking about Higurashi. I'm talking about this mangaka artist, Daisuke Igarashi.
Igarashi. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out.
It's very shamanistic. It's very shamanistic.
Okay.
Yeah. I read a lot. He also has females and a kind. He actually does portray goddesses a lot too and stuff in some of his stories. And witches. Witches is probably one you would like a lot. Witches It's about, you know, witches being shamans and communing with the spirits of the earth, and you know they have a great
Right.
wisdom, and they can, like, you know, the kami everywhere, and you know it's very psychedelic too.
Right.
You know, witches by him is good. Children of the Sea is good. You know, but there are others too. You have to torrent them though. But I think you would like Witches a lot. You can buy it, and Children of the Sea also. Those two, Witches and Children. Yeah, it's very much like Mushishi and stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I put it there for you. Yeah, you know, yeah, I do like the more. You know, I used to be more drawn to animism. Like, I don't know, a few years ago. I don't know as much as now, but you know, because I do care about the preserving the biodiversity, helping nature. I do think if
Right.
you care a lot about nature, you should read more about all the environmental issues and stuff like. There's a lot of issues that it's good to be aware of.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, for that, I recommend Pentti Lukola as an intro to that. Pentti Lukola. Yeah, his book "Can Life Prevail" is very good and stuff. He was a Finnish guy. He was Finnish, and
Okay.
yeah.
Let's see. Okay, I found it. Okay, check that out. Mystery, sin, and supernatural. Okay, cool. Uh, uh, uh,
Yes, this stuff is very psychedelic. You can tell by looking at the Google images and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, I've shared it before, actually.
Okay, I added it to my list. Witches. Okay. Witches. Mark. Okay. Sweet. Have you heard of Eden?
Yeah, isn't that like sci-fi stuff?
Yeah, it has an element of sci-fi.
Yeah, that's that kind of stuff. I'm not interested in at the moment. Yeah, I know about it though, but I'm not presently interested in that kind of stuff. Personally,
It's
right now.
pretty wild.
Yeah, I can tell. Like I knew about it. You know, it's very cyberpunky and augmentation stuff. Yeah, it's pretty grotesque and stuff.
Right.
Like,
Well, I mean, yeah, it can be.
Yeah.
But there's a reason for it, though. It's not for nothing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying stuff like that is bad. You know, because
Right.
I've read and watched a lot of sci-fi stuff too. You know, have I told you I have like a bachelor's degree in neuroscience, a bachelor's degree in computer science, and a master's in robotic intelligence? Like, did you know I have like 3 degrees?
Yeah, I remember you mentioning it.
Yeah.
No, it has a very Gnostic like spin. I mean, it's like a not the type of Gnosticism I accept, but it's still interesting.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And it gets into like it has like a worldwide pandemic.
It's pretty
And then there's
long.
like, yeah, no, it is. It just came back to my mind. I started it a while ago, and I just realized like I need to return to it. It's.
Have you seen Textualize? Have you seen Textualize?
Oh yeah, that is pitch black. Yes,
That's pretty good.
yes,
Yeah.
that is a perfect. That is a perfect example of what they want to do and what's going on.
So
And
I've
that's
been
like
watching
20 plus
Shiki.
years ago now.
So I've been watching Shiki based on your recommendation. I'm halfway through it. It's not really drawing
Yeah,
me in. It's not drawing me in as much. It's not bad, but the characters are kind of annoying. So I mean, Summertime Render is similar. Because it has like
I
imposters.
want to. I want to watch that. I haven't watched it yet. I'm going
Yeah,
to.
I like that one a bit more than Shiki so far. Summertime Render. Yeah, it is similar to Higurashi kind of also. I like the
Yes.
local communal setting and the rural environment in Shiki a lot. But man, the characters are kind of slow, like they're kind of dense, like it's okay though.
I mean, I suppose maybe a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'll
I don't.
finish it though. I'll finish it though.
I like the story.
Yeah, the vampires are cool. The vampires are not purely evil. I can tell that they're
No,
more complex.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, that part is well executed. I agree with you. I can see that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll be back in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I have to go use the bathroom. I'm back. You there? I'm back. You there? Or you went to sleep? Yeah. You there? Anyone there? I guess I'm the only one here. Yeah, yeah. I will still be here for like 5-10 minutes. Then I'll go to bed. Stay up late.
Yeah, I'm here, but pretty tired. Yeah. But yeah, I think
Are you tired?
Neuro's gone for sure.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I have a lot to read and stuff. Yeah, yeah, and like a few months can when I make my channel. You think you can talk to Skribina on my channel? Maybe I have to make my channel again.
Yeah, at some point we can talk to him. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I shouldn't have deleted my channel while drunk. I think it would have had many views by now because that one video I was talking about that only had 20 views. It has 1.6 million views now. Oh, I was talking about it when it had only 20 views. You believe that? And now it has 1.6 million views. I think so. You believe that? It's about the Japanese birds, their Japanese tits, and their grammar and their language, and so their basic syntax. I was talking about that when it only had 20 views, and now it has 1.6 million views. And maybe I had bad karma or something. Yeah. Yeah. And had bad luck. Can't even get a job. It's okay.
During the war. If they had orders to round up partisans, communist partisans, and they just happened to be largely Jews, they would kill them without batting an eyelash, I would hope so. Because the rule was that people that were encountered being partisans were to be eliminated, just like Israel does with the Palestinians. You know? The let's say, historian belief that we share and you don't, probably. Well, it just depends on, there's a book out called The Founding Myths of the Israeli State. I've got an article here by Yehuda Bauer, Auschwitz, The Dangers of Distortion, in which he talks about the founding myths of the Israeli state and the early Zionists that inflated the numbers in Auschwitz. And now, embarrassingly, they have to reduce them from 4 million to 1.1 million or 1.5 million, depending on whom's lies you want to believe. So you are a state that is also founded in myths. And one of the myths is that you are the persecuted people, you know. I'll tell you that the Jews inflicted as much pain as was inflicted on them. You had no copyright on pain. What can you tell me a little bit about the pain that we inflicted on others? Ilya Ehrenburg, the Jew, whose papers were turned over to Israel, even though he was the Soviet Minister of Propaganda under Stalin, was responsible undoubtedly for the rape of millions of German and East European women and the murder of hundreds of thousands of German soldiers. Now, if Tom Metzger in the United States, a right-wing propagandist with a little newspaper of circulation 4,000, can be dragged into court and held responsible for one murder that somebody committed who read his newspapers, then I hold Ilya Ehrenburg, the Jewish propaganda minister of the Soviet Union, responsible for all the murders and rapes committed in the name of that regime. That's the way it is. By the way, I interviewed him. Did you? Mr. Metzger. What time? About 4 years ago. Right. 4 years ago. So, but you're taking an example of one Jew happened to be a minister in that is being a Jew had anything to do with what the Russian did to the German during the war? Absolutely. Stalin wasn't the Jew, you know. No, but his entire regime, the Bolshevik regime, from the word go, from Trotsky, Bronstein, the Jewish community worldwide has never yet faced the music for this murderous regime that they unleashed on the face of the world. You believe that the regime was a Jewish influenced regime? Certainly. You know that the irony is that he killed later Stalin killed many of those Jews. So what? During the Slansky trials in Czechoslovakia, a Jewish judge sent the Slansky brothers to the gallows. You know, there's lots of times when Jews kill Jews. Jews are not, you know, this is a Gentile fallacy that Jews stick together like birds, that you don't have internecine strife, you know. I mean, Jabotinsky and Menahem Begin didn't get along, and others didn't either, you know. So Jews are not about not killing Jews, right? Power is about power, you know, whether you're the Stern Gang or somebody else, and murderous thugs are murderous thugs. Do you yourself hate Jews? I don't hate Jews, no. I dislike intensely their parasitic nature and actions in the world, I do. In any way you think that they are inferior than you? Less skilled? Are they less intelligent? No, there are many Jews that are far more intelligent, far more skilled than I am. But when it comes as a group, when we're talking about group morality, they are certainly found lacking. They are hypocrites to a degree with chutzpah that staggers the Goyish imagination. Once you're wise to the parasitism reflected, for instance, in these books by Nahum Goldman of how they pulled the wool over the European eyes and got the Germans sucked into the reparation racket. Here's the president of the World Jewish Congress, man, spilling it all out. Here are the West German reparations to Israel.
This is, I just want to visual, that's a book, that's a Nahum Goldman, the Jewish Paradox book.
Jewish Paradox. This one here is one of the most amazing books by Tom Seger.
The Israelis and the Holocaust by Tom Seger.
Tom Seger, no.
What did you learn from, I know him very well. Yeah. What did you learn from that book?
What a despicable liar, for instance, Menahem Begin was. That Menahem Begin ran around Israel election campaigning, talking about how he saw his father shot by the river Buk, how the river was red with blood, and then his sister is being interviewed, and she says, Menahem was already gone to the Soviet Union by that time. He wasn't around to see anything. In other words, here's the Prime Minister of Israel, formerly on a wanted posted by the British for being a cutthroat gangster, lying his face off to the people of Israel, agitating them, abusing them. And that's the caliber of leaders that I'm afraid have to give no moral lectures to German people, whether my generation or my father's generation.
That's, I see that you have a Mossad file.
That's right. Also, I want to come. So you think that Ilya Ehrenberg is a special case? Let me give you the case of another Jew, Solomon Morel. 60 Minutes to the show on him. Now, John Sack is a Jew from New York. He wrote this book about this Jewish murderer in Poland that was in charge of a concentration camp after the war. Reporting in here how he would beat with table legs these Germans that were under his care to death because he says they killed my parents in Auschwitz. First of all, the jury is still out if they really did kill him. How the hell did we know? Did he know that? The fact is that here was a Jew who had power over Germans. Within the war wasn't even over when he began his work, and he committed these crimes. That in Poland, in this little town where he did his evil deeds, there are over 540 death certificates that he issued himself for people that died in his camp, and he was there. Now, the West Germans know that he lives in Tel Aviv. 60 Minutes found him in his apartment in Tel Aviv. Here is the documentation by another Jew. Is there any extradition going on? Do those hypocrites from the B'nai B'rith that you just saw about war crimes talk about that case? Of course not. You see, this is the problem. That's why I say that the hypocrisy is the hallmark of the modern Jew. He talks out of both corners of his mouth that he wants to persecute Nazi war criminals to the end of time, but will not extradite or go after Jewish war criminals. We had two members of the Knesset come to Toronto in 1967 or 68, bragging in a local synagogue that they were the ones that supplied the poison to poison thousands of SS men who were disarmed and prisoners of war. Their heroic deed was to poison these SS men. All right? They became members of the Knesset. Their names were known to the Jewish community. They were on the front page of the Toronto Star. Did the Canadian RCMP investigate that kind of a war crime? These were men that they murdered. They appointed themselves judge, jury, and executioner.
just to understand your point of view, that's why I wanted to come here. And let's talk about the history as you look at it. SS, for example, which you just mentioned. What or Germany as a whole, what is in your estimate? And then explain to me how did you get to it? How many Jews really died by German hand during the war? In your estimates, after you concluded what you concluded, what is the bottom line really?
Okay. First of all, then let's reel back to the policy. You see, part of this Holocaust problem is that we always start by discussing what the Germans did to the Jews. Why Hitler came. The analysis doesn't even go to the point why Hitler came. Why did Hitler convince the majority of Germans to vote for him and to be loyal to his regime? And why this phenomenon that when Germany was lying in ruins and smoldering, burned from end to end by this Allied genocidal bombing campaign, did the German population not turn on its leaders and hang them themselves? There's not a single instant where a German leader of the National Socialist Party, regardless of how bad the war went for them, was ever executed, shot from behind, taken to court, strung up in a village square. Absolutely nothing. It took the Allies 2 years to rig up their kangaroo court in Nuremberg to do these traditional murders. Now, nobody has ever analyzed why the German nation that had more Nobel Prize winners and more famous researchers and scientists and was one of the best educated countries in Europe turn on the Jews. Why did these good Germans turn on the Jews, who had more Jews living amongst them than even percentage-wise living in the United States today? Why was that?
I'm sure
Jews never asked themselves this question.
I'm sure I get the answer from you now.
Yeah, I can give you the answer.
Please.
Because they displayed the same voracious ethnocentrism, power grabbing, influence peddling, buying of politicians, dominating of the public airwaves and the public media in Germany and so on, that they display in the United States. And I'm not much of a prophet, but that much I can say based on history, that in the United States, mark my word, you will have Weimar conditions and you'll have solutions to the Weimar conditions. It will be very similar to what happened in Germany.
You mean the final solution will be
you have
repeated in the United States?
Whatever the Holocaust war, you've got one in your future.
Really?
That's right. Why? Because
how soon, by the way?
How soon? It depends entirely on how long the people, the power structure in the Western world is going to stay on top. I mean, if you look at East Germany, how quickly it collapsed, or the former Soviet Union, how quickly it collapsed with all its secret services, spy agencies, NKVD, and Stasis, it imploded so quickly, I have no idea. But there is no doubt in my mind that if you look at history and the trends in history, the United States is heading in the same direction. And there's only one difference. In the United States, there are enough guns out on the street and enough lawlessness in the public and a revolutionary spirit that founded that republic. This is not Germany, where the only people that had guns were hunters and soldiers and policemen. The United States is armed to the teeth. They have a spirit of revolution in their blood. They are heroes, are people who turned against what they call tyranny and foreign occupiers and so on.
When the day will come, it will be a happy day for you?
It will be not a happy day for me. I believe in karma. I believe in karma. I behave every day knowing that my karma will catch up with me if I were to lie to you and sit here and mealy-mouthed tell you stories that in my heart are not true. That's why you, as an Israeli whom I never met before, most likely will never meet again, I'm witnessing before my God, my conscience, my concept of philosophy of life, exactly what I feel like, because I hope that history sent you here and that you will go back to wherever you go and say, there is a guy in Canada that has paid the price, being bombed twice, being burned out nearly twice, have been hounded by the Jewish lobby into jail cells after jail cells and court case after court case. And maybe he, our enemy, is holding up a mirror to us that would be very worthwhile to look into. So that's my
point. Going back to the question, and I ask you, and you basically put the pretext to what happened in the World War II.
I'm saying to you that Adolf Hitler was an organic outgrowth of Jewish behavior and Jewish ethnocentrism in the heart of Europe.
So Jews invented Hitler?
No, Jews created Hitler.
Really?
That's right. Because there is no anti-Semitism without Semitism. The one presupposes the other. Anti-Semitism only arises, and I'm not the one who invented that. Look at Theodor Herzl. Study Theodor Herzl's concept, And every time when Jews were unhappy and wanted to have a place of their own and express themselves and so on, a reaction set in. Why not? They were the way they behave, irritants, and so this is what anti-Semitism means. First there is Semitism, and then there's anti-Semitism, which of course is a misnomer because the Khazars of Israel are not Semites, but nevertheless we're talking about the propaganda term anti-Semitism. So Hitler was created.
What did Hitler, and eventually in your mind, after your research, was there a final solution?
No. The final solution that people talk about, that the Germans had envisioned, was a Europe without Jews through emigration. Every document that I've ever seen points in that direction. And to say that Hitler had this idea of the final solution. I remember Pierre Elliott Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, giving a speech here in Toronto in one of the sports stadium when he was running for election. And he had the final solution to unemployment. That was to give people work. So he had no plan to gas the unemployed.
And Hitler never had any plan to kill the Jews.
During my 9-year legal trials here in Toronto, reflected in this thick red book here, 12,700 pages for the last trial, 7,000 pages for the previous trial. Raoul Hilberg, Pope of the Holocaust Promotion Lobby, never once could produce a Führer order. Now, Hitler had orders for the euthanasia and everything else that he did. Why should he be afraid not to have an order to do the most important thing? If that's what the Jews say was the most important thing, that he could get rid of the Jews, he should have proudly made the proclamation, framed it, and have it in every German government office. Why did he care for history not to record that he wanted to exterminate the Jews? But there is no such order. To this day, all these Holocaust hypocrites to the contrary, not a single Führer order has been found. And to the embarrassment of Raoul Hilberg, who perjured himself in my first trial, in the footnote of his second edition to his book, he removed the idea of a Führer order. There was no order. There was no order,
Mr.
no
Sanders,
plan,
what was
no budget for the operation of killing Jews.
So how did operation of killing the Jews happen, or did it?
There were cases of Jews being executed. There was a policy of incarceration for certain Jews. Not all Jews. There were over 5,000 Jews alive in the capital of Adolf Hitler's Germany at the end of the Second World War. They got even their food ration cards.
In Berlin?
In Berlin. And they had a functioning synagogue until the Allies bombed it. It was a rabbi that came in by train from Prague to perform marriages, bar mitzvahs, and so on.
Concentration camps existed?
Of course. Of course, but not for Jews. The population of the concentration camps in Germany, in Dachau, for instance, when the Allies took it over, 29th of April 1945, the percentage of Jews in Dachau, which was then touted by Hollywood to be the big extermination camp, was less than 12%. And in Auschwitz, the grotesque numbers that are now being flung about, first it was 4 million here. Before my trial, 4 million people suffered and died here at the hands of the Nazi murderers between the years 1940 and 1945. And then comes my trial, where for 2 weeks we talked about numbers with Raoul Hilberg and the others. Look, nothing is on the tablets anymore, because the Poles finally saw the light, a little egged on by a worldwide media campaign through internet, television, satellite broadcast, radio broadcast, and so on. And now it took them till 1995 to agree on another set of lies.
Another set of lies.
Yeah, right. So now, here they say it was 1.5 million, 1,500 Millionen. And in the other articles that I have dug out, we have here Daily Telegraph, Auschwitz death reduced to 1 million.
What was the number that you included in there?
I was a kid of 6 years old. I am saying to you, in the founding myths of the Israeli state, I'm saying to you, if I was a Jew of your age and younger, I'd be extremely careful what kind of history my elders passed on to me.
Right.
In the form of lies.
Mr. Zundel, I'm then asking you. You are the one that asked that.
Okay. In my court cases, we asked David Irving, we asked Dr. Forizon, the French revisionist, and all of them came to the conclusion. Irving said that fewer Jews died during the entire war than we British killed in one bombing raid on one German city in one night, namely Dresden. Dr. Forizon,
do you accept that?
Absolutely.
So you are saying now that thousands of Jews, maybe?
I'm saying that died as an influence of the war. See, we have to be careful about
died the influence of war, like illnesses and
bombing raids, the illnesses in Theresienstadt, for instance. You take each one. If you have the time, we can take each case at a time. Take, for instance, Theresienstadt, the large ghetto, basically, the city created by the Führer for the Jews, where he taught them how to have their own state, because Jews didn't have their own state before, And so the nice things that the Nazis did for the Jews was that they trained in the Swabian Alps, where I come from, in special camps, Jewish people in farming, in cabinet making, and so on, professions that they by tradition didn't have, but which they needed for their state.
So Hitler, in a way, helped the creation of the Jewish state?
There's a book out called Adolf Hitler, Begründer Israels.
Well, that's because I understand the theory was always, if there wasn't a Holocaust or it wasn't World War II, there wouldn't be a Jewish state, because all of those immigrants went to Israel, and there was another enormous pressure on the international committee to permit the establishment of the state of Israel. But you say something else.
I'm saying the German policy only made the Israeli state possible. And there's a.
You are saying also that if Hitler would been alive, he would, for example, permit the existence of a Jewish state.
Maybe not in Israel, but someplace else, because the Israelis historically, with 82% of the Israeli population not being Semites but being Khazars, converted to Judaism 800 years after Christ and later.
There is a chance that Hitler would have recognized the Jewish state.
Of course. It's the collaboration, as outlined in this book, The Transfer Period, by a Chicago Jew called Edwin Black, details the collaboration between Adolf Hitler's Germany and the early Zionists. The Zionist movement only got its tremendous influence and power in the Jewish community thanks to the role that they played in collaborating with Adolf Hitler.
You didn't answer me at least the bottom line question about Auschwitz. You went to the Theresienstadt, but just let's conclude Auschwitz. You have so much research about it, and you have files on file. What was the number that you concluded that we'll say, credible?
How many Jews died at Auschwitz? Yes. Less than 20,000. In all these satellite camps, including Auschwitz, and they died not of gassing. There was not a single gas chamber in all of National Socialist-dominated Europe, because the killing method of executing with criminal spies, traitors, saboteurs, whatever, in Europe, in every Gentile country in Europe, never ever historically was gas. The only nation that ever had this fetish of gas chambers, which is the most complicated, idiotic, and expensive way of killing people, was the United States.
What about all those gas chambers that we found later after the war in Auschwitz, in Treblinka, and other places?
Okay, Dr. Piper, the curator of the Auschwitz Museum, was interviewed by my young Jewish friend David Cole, who is a Jewish revisionist.
Yes.
On tape, Dr. Piper admits that the facilities that they're showing there were reconstructed after the war by the Soviet Army and the Poles. Now, I sent an American technology expert, Fred Leuchter, executioner got the guy over. He took the samples. He brought back over 30 samples, had them analyzed in the United States. In the very installation that has been shown to 500,000 tourists a year as Auschwitz I gas chamber, where Rudolf Höss's gallows stand, because he was going to be strangled and was strangled within sight of his crime. Nothing took place in that so-called gas chamber amounting to killing. It was a bunker hospital, it was a crematory, but it was certainly not a gas chamber, because no traces, even to this day, exist.
You believe there was no even a single Jew killed in gas chambers during the war?
That's right. It was not a German way of
What about all the ovens, the famous ovens?
Well, you're making this mistake, and I forgive you for it, because I used to believe in the Holocaust. And I was as loose with my terms about ovens.
Oh, really?
Ovens are crematories. Now, I understand that to Jewish people, especially Orthodox Jews, the idea of cremation is as bad as eating pork.
There is no crematories from against a reason.
Yeah,
but you don't believe that it was, or at least you know what we believe, that it was done because they wanted to get rid of evidence.
Look, the aerial photographs by the Allies that I used for my trials, blown up 3 meters by 3 meters, the National Archives in Washington. If you have been to the Holocaust Museum in the United States,
have you been there?
Of course I've been. Yeah. I mean, to see Bernstein.
You've been there as a tourist, they knew about you?
No, what do you mean? Allowed me there. Parasites and taking public money. So, as a member of the public, I have every right to go in there.
So they knew that you were coming?
Of course, I told them I was coming. That's why I went up to see Bernstein.
You were allowed to see the exhibits. What did you think about that, the museum?
It is an affront, as far as I'm concerned. And it's one of those things that I keep saying to you about ethnocentrism and flaunting of Jewish power. There is no monument in the United States Capitol for the soldiers who died in Korea or in World War II. But there is one for Jews who supposedly died in far off Europe. You don't see something wrong with it?
Where is all this? We won't look at any concentration camp. But if 20,000 only died in Auschwitz, and how many died during the war, killed, executed? What do you think?
The French Jew, Domergue, whom I have worked with very closely, he says, of all causes, bombing, old age, and so on, during that 6-year period, 780,000.
Well, all of the others. Where is all the others? Don't you agree that there is a problem with the numbers here?
No, not at all. Boatloads of Jews came to the United States that were, according to the harbor master of Baltimore, Maryland, allowed to enter in the dark of night into the American cities without ever being properly identified, checked, and processed.
Right.
I know people who worked for UNRWA. Just today I had lunch with an American who, in the town of Augsburg in 1950, his job was to process displaced persons. And he told me how many times Jews were sent to the United States that were clearly subversives and Marxists that came from the East. No, and this is the third United States government official that had this function that I have interviewed, and that actually one of whom gave testimony at my trial. So you see, if Israelis and young Jews, regardless whether they are from Israel or come from here, don't begin to probe into the shibboleths and these fanciful claims of their own Holocaust lobby, then they're going to be like computers. Garbage in, garbage out.
If what you say is true, well, it's one of the most effective and successful propaganda machines ever built.
That's why the American professor Butts said, the hoax of the 20th century. And I couldn't have said it better. And all I'm saying is, you don't even have to take my word. You're an Israeli. You can get the original Hebrew version. Take Tom Segev's book and read in here how Nahum Goldman, the World Jewish Congress, the various other Jewish leaders got Konrad Adenauer to admit the guilt of how the document that he read to the German parliament was written by Nahum Goldman, corrected with schoolmasterly read. The arrogance of these people to dictate to the Germans this policy, and the German nation was saddled since with this.
I bet that Mr. Segev will shiver.
It's a gold mine.
Will shiver.
It's a gold
if
mine.
If you hear you using his book
I have used Tom Zegev's book over the airwaves in the United States in radio programs and TV programs, in public lectures, because Tom Zegev gave to the world something that the Americans and the Germans and the British don't have access to yet, but thanks to Tom Zegev and Israeli laws, we do. And that is that in your country, the diplomatic papers are open for public scrutiny after 20 or 30 years. In America, they're still not open. In Germany, they're still not open. I understand why. Because the German government, they behave just like Judenready in the ghetto, except the other way around. They saddled the Germans with this horrific guilt problem for which the Germans have nothing to be guilty of.
I heard that you still celebrate Hitler's birthday.
Every 20th of April. Come rain or shine.
Yeah.
If you can celebrate that. If Jews can celebrate Menahem began, and Jabotinskis and Shamirs, if they can celebrate their birthdays, boy, I'll be damned if Adolf Hitler is not going to have his birthday celebrated by myself. Adolf Hitler was one of the most gifted
Yes. Most gifted.
One of the most gifted and intelligent leaders.
Oh, you have Ostrovsky on here.
Yeah.
Okay. So another good Jew, I'm sure.
Of course, he's not a good Jew.
Or in your mind.
Well, naturally.
Did you ever talk to him?
I tried to get him to cooperate on a project. He interviewed for my television show, but he backed off.
Oh,
So, yeah.
oh really?
Yeah. But he left his legacy anyway.
Oh, so you use his legacy.
Of course I do. That's right.
So Hitler was one of the
most gifted and the most sought out and wined and dined leaders in German history. Kings and queens and dukes of Windsor and presidents and prime ministers came and went to see him. Every civilized government recognized him. The Zionist movement lionized him. They came and visited and sat in Berlin.
And he left Germany.
No, that's a misnomer, you see.
Really?
Of course.
Are you dispute that Germany was in ruins in May 45?
But thanks to Adolf Hitler. It was thanks to the murderous gang installed by people like Ehrenberg in the east and by Roosevelt in the west.
Whatever. We don't dispute the fact that Hitler left Germany in ruins.
No, the Americans left Germany in ruins. The
Right.
Russians did.
Yeah. Well, that was the war. But who is under what rule was Germany when it was left in ruins? Under Hess or under?
No. So what? So what?
I'm saying here that under when Hitler went into power in Germany in 1933, I believe, and when he left 12 years later, compare the two Germanies.
Okay, I will compare them for you right now. And
okay.
I'll be glad to do it because you are young Israelis and I'll have the opportunity to do it for you.
Sure.
If Hitler had not come to Germany in 1933, Germany had 270,000 suicides the year before. Germany was, in Berlin, the sin capital of the world, thanks to largely Jewish entrepreneurs who ran the smut films and the cabarets and so on. Germany was dope capital for Europe. Germany was the sick man of Europe. German industry was virtually dead. German social welfare payments, for instance, in the state of Thuringia, were so horrendously high that they were 90% of that state's budget. Without Adolf Hitler, Germany would have died with a whimper in 1934 or 35, and the world wouldn't have given a shit. Okay, so Adolf Hitler saved Germany, and I am a child of Adolf Hitler. I would have never been born if my dad, my father, hadn't gotten a job thanks to the genius of Adolf Hitler. And millions of other Germans would have not been born who today dump on Adolf Hitler. They deserve their miserable lives to this man who saved Germany, gave them work, bread, and honor for at least 12 years. So Germany at least didn't live on its knees or crawl on its belly for 12 years, like it has done since Adolf Hitler's demise. At least he gave the Germans 12 years of liberation and freedom. Now, you can immediately smirk and say, but what about all the concentration camps? What about all the concentration camps? Every other country in the Western world resorted to concentration camps. Israel does exactly the same thing.
I'm talking about 20 million. You're talking about the people that he saved. I'm talking about 20 million. How many Germans died in the war?
10 million. 10 million.
10 million.
So,
you're talking about
to defend your freedoms.
Today it's 100 million people.
To defend the freedom of 100 million people sometimes is expensive. So the idea that 10 million Germans died in the war at the hand of Germany's enemies.
I just came back from the meeting in Wehrmacht soldier.
Mm-hmm.
In can tell you exactly where.
Mm-hmm.
In Kitchener, in senior citizen near the club, or the German club, one of the clubs, and we talked a lot about his experience during the war. He's 82 years old, still shoveling snow like he was 50. Great looking man, and and we talked about his experience in the war. He was serving in the Wehrmacht. He was injured twice, and he told me, "I believed in Hitler. The situation was horrible when he was elected, and he gave us pride. But he said whatever he did during the war was crazy. He died crazy," he said. That was our biggest mistake.
Now let me ask you.
This is a Wehrmacht soldier that contributed to your...
There were 18 million Wehrmacht soldiers, I beg your pardon. What was his rank? What was his station in life after the war? What is he famous for? What has he accomplished? Has he had insights into the records of the Second World War? Does he know the conniving that went on? Does he know Viktor Suvorov's book about Stalin going to overrun Europe? None of these Wehrmacht soldiers. I've met these Wehrmacht soldiers over here and over in Germany just because they were drafted into an army. Got a piece of paper with a swastika on it, said go, and they went. There's nothing heroic about that. They were just ordinary men doing an ordinary job. The man that you quote to me anonymously, I don't know what he did in Canada.
They died. They spilled their blood for their country.
Well, why not? So did Frenchmen, Englishmen, American, Russians. So do Israelis in Israel. What does that mean? Does it mean that this anonymous poilu, that Lancer that you quote to me, had any insight whatsoever to give any credence to what he says, whether Hitler was crazy or not crazy? Who is this simple man if he doesn't have any credentials?
Is he, in your opinion, in the minority?
Is
he? In the minority? His views are in the minority?
No, in the majority.
He's the majority.
Of course. But is the majority automatically always right?
Of course. Not automatically. Maybe in this case, but we probably differ. But let me ask you a question. You mentioned your father, and it was very, very interesting. You were only, for my calculation, you were 6 years old when the war ended. Tell me a little bit about your family experience. You were born, of course, only 1940 or 1939. Where's your family come from? And tell me a little bit about your background.
I was born in a small town in the Black Forest in Germany, and my family lived in a house that had been in our family for 400 years, still is in my family, and it's the oldest house virtually in the village. So we're looking at 15th, 16th century architecture and discomforts. We had goats, sheep, cats, dogs, chickens.
Farmers.
We basically lived, my father was a lumberjack, and we lived outside the cash economy. We made our own tools and everything else. If you want to look at Renaissance, man, you're looking at one. My father went off to war in 1938 to get his Wehrmacht training, never came back except for a leave once in a while, till 1947 in the fall when he was released from prisoner of war camp.
So he fought as a Wehrmacht. So
yeah, my father,
in the Russian front?
No, my father was an ambulance-trained medic, and he would go to behind the front lines, pick up the wounded and near dead, and bring them back to Germany.
And
what a man or woman does with himself or herself is important. How they comport themselves, how they conduct themselves. And during my trials, I had Joseph Ginsburg, a Romanian Jew, testified for me. If you ever had the interest, check into his testimony. He said it would be good for the Jewish community and for the German community if there were more than one Ernst syndrome. What I do, in my opinion, is socially useful. It is not only justified historically. If Israel, the nation, or the Jews as a people were befallen by a tragedy, the way the German nation was befallen by this tragedy of losing this war, having to totally surrender and so on, I hope that some young Jew in Israel or in the diaspora would get up and have as much vim, vigor, and chutzpah as I have in defending the Jewish people.
Twice, by the way. Twice Germany fell on the knees in surrender.
Sure.
In less than 40 years.
Sure.
But you didn't conclude that your father came back from concentration camp
Allied prison camp.
47.
Yeah.
And what happened then for you?
For me, I was a kid in school. I was one of the better, more intelligent kids in school. I was always the top of the class, first, second, or third. And I showed an early kind of penchant for drawing and became, after an artist, was trained as a graphic artist for 3 years, did what most European kids did at that time, had an apprenticeship in the graphic arts, and was a pacifist because my mother was a very strong Christian, Seventh-day Adventist.
You are a pacifist? Certainly. You're still a pacifist?
Still a pacifist.
Really? So if you have been born in you have be grown up in Germany during the war, you wouldn't enlist?
I would have been most likely inside some concentration camp,
really?
Refusing military service.
So
I certainly refused to serve in the German military after the war when I had a choice. I'd rather went out into the world, look, canvass all kinds of countries.
So you admire this as you admire what the German did as an army.
Mm-hmm.
You probably admire some of the battles that they fought.
Absolutely.
But you wouldn't participate in any one of them.
Right. It seems to be a contradiction in terms, but to me it is not. I am what I consider a militant pacifist. I go on demonstrations. I face down the organized power of the Jewish lobby in Canada.
Yes, right. You are a patriot a German patriot in a way, a German history. I'm sure that you're not very happy about this Germany today, but you wouldn't, and you are proud of those 12 years.